but you're feeling just a little uptight. Call the doctor, beg and plead. Doctor, tell me what I need. Try to put a little cheese in your knees.
Bubbles and balloons, bubbles and balloons. What's a birthday party with the bubbles and balloons? Star-shaped or trapezoid, look what I can do. Only Pinkie Pie can make a bubble shape like you.
Just let yourself go floppy. For now, this is your chance. Pretend you have no bones and do the rubber chicken dance. Head boneless!
Cooler than a rubber chicken and toothier than cake. Come on, you let's party down and do the gummy shake. Hit it, gummy! Uh-huh! You know it! Shake it!
'Cause I like to make you smile, 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 yes I do. It fills my heart with sunshine all the while, yes it does. 'Cause all I really need is a smile, smile, smile from these happy friends of mine.
That's my song!
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's it! Roll out the party cannon. When you hear the party cannon song, come!
Why should you compromise? Try this one on for size. 'Cause nothing fights a cheer like the ringing in your ear of the Cheese Supreme Cannonball Surprise!
Dale, 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 no pierdas el tino, porque si lo pierdes, pierdes el camino.
Hello. I'm here now. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Okay. Yep. Got Leafy on right here. Make it a little bigger, actually. Here we go. So, obviously you can see from the background here. Let me go ahead and actually hide this. There we go. We have a twilight sitting here. An unfinished twilight. I haven't finished everything I needed to do. You would probably be able to tell that the mane is not really full of hair at the moment, except for down here. Last night I kind of hit a bit of a brick wall with how I was doing the hair. But I'll show what I think I managed to do to make it better. In terms of like the ends of it being a sheer cut and being wide open, exposing like how I make the hair in the first place, which I want to hide. I'll show what I mean in a second here. Anyway, I'll go ahead and swap to Eevee as well. Might as well. There we go. Okay. So this is what the mane down here is looking like right now. Before, I was having a really obvious problem where the rings of the layered meshes were way too obviously visible. But I think I've alleviated that specific problem. I still have some problems I want to try to address, but they are way more manageable than what I was dealing with before. So yeah, this is... let me show you how this works here. Some of you might not know. So, the hair that I make is essentially just meshes. That is... no, not that. There we go. They're just meshes that look like this. And they're stacked on top of each other in layers. The further in you go, the smaller the layers will be, obviously. Because, yeah. And it just fills in the entire gap as such, as you can see. That's how I do the hair. The problem I was having before, which I can actually show with the tail, because the tail still kind of has the problem, but it's not as obvious since it's pointing down, is when you look underneath the tail, you can sort of see where the layers are kind of exposed for what they are. I was having that problem pretty extremely over here until I figured something out that I could try. And it managed to work out pretty well. I still have to fix some things, but you don't see the rings of each layer anymore. You can still see the planes, but you can't see the rings, which was what I wanted to solve. Yeah, I'm still working on this because I ran into a brick wall yesterday. Like I wanted to get this done yesterday, but I couldn't because I just ran into a brick wall with how I'm doing the hair, which is what I'm describing right now. So what I did to solve that problem with the rings is if we hide the top few layers here, and select like one of the middle layers, you can see that I have... You can tell by the outline I have slits between, like spaced out occasionally, where it kind of splits the mane up away from the ring shape, essentially. So if we let's have that selected and show the displacement, you can see how it's splitting up the hair when it's on, displacing the hair like this. It gets rid of the obvious ring shape. If I don't have it on, it just shows the ring, but with this on, it splits things up. That's essentially what I did for basically the entire mane for the inner layers. The only layers that don't have that is the ones on the very outside, which will keep it looking smooth from the outside, which is kind of what I want. So, yeah, that's the idea. It still has problems. I still have to fix some gaps. Like, there's like a huge gap of like no hair around this area, which I have to fill up somehow. But most of it is filled up except for up here, so I have to figure that out. Mainly, this gap is mostly a spacing issue with how I'm spacing the layers. So let me take a closer look at what I have. Usually, at least. I just modify the spacing a little bit. It should help fill it up a bit more. Yeah, I think that probably solves it a little bit, kind of. Anyway, so that's the idea. There's still something I want to address up here. Yeah, hold on. We need to sharpen these up here. All these split layers. They're rounded, and I don't want that. I have to do this per layer. I can't do it all at the same time, unfortunately. Set crease for each one. I'm just going to show everything. Okay. Take a minute or two to do all this manually. Probably just a minute. It's not that complicated. I can edit meshes I can edit multiple of these objects at once, but for some reason I can't apply a crease to all of them at once. I have to do it one at a time, which is weird. And now the next thing I want to do is actually fix the spacing for for all the layers up here near the base. I want them to sort of converge towards the center once it starts reaching around here, but when it's converging to the middle way too far up to the base, it makes it look very thin, as you can tell. Like, it's very thin looking. You can see through most of it because most of the density is down here in the middle instead of being more evenly spread. So I have to fix that as well. I mean, I've addressed it somewhat. I don't know if you were here a few minutes ago, Frogget, but I went over what my workaround was, which was to split the hair. If you take a look, you can see the hair is split up into sections instead of them all being connected into a ring. So it kind of helps make it look more random. Because before they were kind of connected like this, but now they are split up like this. They don't have to be connected. So, figured that out. Helps solve the obvious ring problem You don't see the ring anymore, really. You still see the planes. You still see the mesh a little bit, but it's not obvious that it's like an onion skin layer thing going on. So, it's better. It's way better than what it was before, even if it's not perfect. So, I'm willing to accept that. Oh yeah, by the way, happy 10th anniversary of MLP Friendship's Magic. October 10th, 2010 is when it first aired. It's crazy. It's funny that I'm working on Twilight during that time period. During the 10th anniversary. It's kind of cool, actually. I didn't plan it. I just decided to do Twilight, and all of a sudden, oh wait, it's the anniversary. Yeah. MLP ended because they wanted to move on to something else, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know the reasoning behind the scenes, but I'm glad that they decided to end it on such a nice note, and it's a nice ending. They could have kept it going, but it's the longer you keep the show going, the more likely its ending will be either anticlimactic, as in it will just end, and no one will know why, because they didn't plan for it. The people behind the show didn't plan for the ending, so they never had a chance to actually conclude anything. So it would be anticlimactic. Or the ending would be rushed, it would be bad, or whatever. Or it would just keep running on and on and on, like the SpongeBob show or The Simpsons. They just never end. It just keeps going. And it's like, it should have ended years ago, but they still make episodes. So, I'm pretty glad how MLP ended. Even though there are some things I still would have liked them to do. The main thing for me, the one main thing that I wish they tackled more was like Diamond Tiara. Diamond Tiara like never spoke at all after her redemption episode in season 5, and it ended in season 9. So like 4 whole seasons of no Diamond Tiara in the main series. I think she spoke in Equestria Girls at some point, but I don't care. It's not the main show. So anyway, yeah, that's my little take on how MLP ended. Otherwise, I'm pretty satisfied with how it is. I'm not playing the whole thing right now. I'm working on Twilight. I don't want to pull the scene up for the Magic Inside just to show it. I can do that later when I'm actually working on that. So how many layers do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 25? Did I skip one? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, no, what am I doing this for? I can just select them all and count them, right? Yeah, it's 25 objects. 25 objects. It is 25. I should probably fix up this mesh on the top here to be more in line with what's down here. It needs to be angled more this way, like this, instead of straight. It needs to be more like that. It needs to be skinnier. I have to change everything to basis. At least show a little bit of what I have down here as well. I'll show everything. Okay. I think I want to pull the bottom main out a little bit more too. It's like slightly too short, I think. Probably do that. Through bases. Bases. Yeah, let me turn this on. Okay. Let's make this slightly longer. Want that on. There we go. Make sure I'm not clipping into the neck when I do this. Slightly longer here as well. Okay. Yeah, it's 25 layers. It's the most layers I've ever used for any of my mains. Usually, the mains and tails use about 6 to 8 layers, usually. But this is 25. And it has to be that way because of how large this shear cut is at the end. There has to be a lot of hair here for that to look convincing. So, yeah. Totally not going to make rendering a huge pain, but I'm being sarcastic. But yeah, gotta deal with it though. It has to happen. Be like this. This will be skinnier as well. Like that. Should be good. Now, I might have to reduce some of the strings. I could probably just, you know what? I could probably just do this. Don't need to worry about that yet. I can remake them. Anything else I need to do? Not really. I can add displace all at once later. Okay. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 24, 25. Here we go. Just 9, 8. Do I have one extra? Or... Oh, I missed one. Two. Bunch of boring setup, I'm sorry. It's so boring. Setup, setup, setup. Okay. I think I might as well just copy all the JP values. A long list. You can sort of see the onions getting forming as I do this. Sort of. Yeah. Oh, did I do the, I did. Okay. We're good. Now we just move all these around. Now let's see how they.
I could have done this before too. Control L would have worked. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Okay. Now this needs to go away. And go away. Alright, so this is where you can see the rings, right? You can pretty clearly see there's rings here, rings here, rings here. But I need to give it this treatment where you can't see that, essentially. That's the next step. I mean, what I'm doing right now is pretty complicated because mainly it's not really a well-known technique that I'm using to make the hair like this. But it's also not... Doing modeling like this is just... There's a lot to do. There's a lot of layers I have to work with and just... Yeah, you don't normally have to do stuff like this if you're doing basic stuff in Blender. It doesn't have to be this complicated. You can do simple stuff too. It's just I'm comfortable enough in Blender to work around the complexity that I willingly give myself. Essentially, like you don't have to do this. You can just deal with the more simple approaches, but I don't want to do that. This is the last of the main 6 that I'm doing. I already did all the other main 6 except Twilight. So, this is where that changes. Alright, so here's what I do for this. We grab all the... Okay, why are you not... Okay, so we grab all the layers that aren't the top 2. For this. This is what we'd be using for... what I'm about to do. And we're gonna grab each and every edge. And I have to do it this way because I have a bunch of meshes selected at once and I can't just select the edges normally. I have to select them as a group, so I have to box select it. But it's not too much to do, so that's fine. Because I have like I have 23 objects currently in edit mode, and they're all the same mesh shape as the base. So, yeah, each line is literally 23 lines in the same exact place. But yeah, I'm grabbing all these edges that run through what is essentially just a tube. It's just a cylinder. Okay. That, and I press V, and it separates them into their own segments. They aren't connected anymore, as you can tell. But now I need to fix the roundness, so all I have to do is select this. I can't do it all at once, so I can do it for one of the meshes. I have to continue on one at a time for this. I have to do it up here as well, which I think I'll just save for after I'm doing the this end here. And separating it like this will allow me to break up that circle pattern in the onioning, whatever you want to call that method of the hair that we saw earlier. It'll break it up once I do what I need to do to it. It might take a little bit because I have to display. I have to modify the UVs for each layer to split up where the UVs are for each strip, I guess. I don't know, hard to describe. I'll show you what I mean once I'm to that step. Oh. Alright, now we're going up here and doing the same thing. It's a weird one to select, but yeah, I can make it work. I think that's all of it. Yeah, good thing I got it. Okay. Guess I could have done this beforehand before I duplicated everything. I don't have this exact process down, so it's not very efficient. I could have done all this before duplicating everything. But it's fine. It's fine. Not a big deal. Okay. Now we have the displacements, which will actually make sure that it's still there. By the way, the circle pattern, it's still there because it's not randomized yet. I haven't actually split them up separately enough because there's no displacement. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Let's see how much did I do it for here? Yeah, it was 0.2. Okay. And once I do this, I'll have to go into the UVs and split it up even more. I have to answer that. 1 second. Alright, I'll be right back. I just need to head downstairs real quick. I'm back. Okay.
There we go. The thing, I wouldn't be able to do a single hair strand per mesh. Because the density of polygons that you have to manage would be so high. It would be very reasonable. Though granted, I'd assume it'd probably be quicker to render because you wouldn't be dealing with so much transparency in that case. But it still would take a lot of memory and it'd be tough to manage. Like, how would I construct a mesh like that in the first place for each individual strand? Yeah, I don't know about that. It's not whether or not Blender can handle it, it's whether or not I'm willing to deal with the pain of constructing a mesh that has one mesh per strand. It's like working with a hair particle system, but way worse, because it's not a particle system, so you have to deal with the mesh instead. Like, how would I manage that? Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, I was still pasting the values, right? Okay. No, let's bring it up. Bring it up. That's fine. Okay. Now, what I need to do, let's see. Yeah. What I need to do with the UVs is take down, select each of the faces that run along the length of the cylinder, essentially, and I separate them to a different location so that the noise pattern doesn't persist through the entire cylinder, essentially. It's a little tedious to do because I have to do it per strip, essentially, but it's fine. It'll just be a little tedious, but it's worth it. So give it some separation. And once I'm done with that, it should be pretty much done for that part of the main. Should be. That's fine. Well, keep in mind, I wouldn't do off of realistic metrics. I just use what I think would look good on these models, and given that they aren't meant to be realistic horse proportions by any means, using realistic metrics like that probably wouldn't be that helpful. It would still be a lot of hairs, though, that's for sure. I know that one for a fact. What am I doing? I am splitting up the UV maps to be more random. So this is the length of the cylinder of the main. Like, the main is topologically speaking just a cylinder, just shaped to look like the flow of hair. And I am selecting the the length, each length of faces that run along the length of the cylinder, essentially, and I'm splitting it up. So if I select one of the strips, which is like this strip down here, this strip, and I just move that around away from the continuous pattern. I don't know how else to describe it. I still want it to be connected to its adjacent faces. I want it to be separate, because otherwise the pattern will persist throughout the faces next to it, which I don't want. I want it to be random and split. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. This will also take a few minutes to get through everything, because there's 25 total layers, and yeah. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 layers to go. Not even quite halfway. But it doesn't take too long for each one. I don't want that. Because, yeah. Also, if I didn't make it clear, this entire map is what determines the texture location of the noise that I'm using for the displacement and the hair texture itself. That's what this map is for. The noise I use for that. It's just splitting up the pattern instead of it all being continuous throughout the entire thing for each layer that I'm using. Hopefully that makes sense. Can't control all that. Oh, yeah, I know why. There we go. It's hard to describe what I'm doing, honestly. You have to understand the concept of, like, texture maps, UVs, and why they are necessary for 3D models that you apply textures to, of any kind, really. Alright, we're almost done. Okay. So now what we should have is a fairly randomized... I might be able to increase intensity of the displacements, maybe.
But it's still way better than it was before. You don't really see the rings too obviously, because they are now way more split up. Yeah, okay, this problem I have to address, don't I? Might have to merge them up here. It's too obvious that they're split up here, and I don't want that. Okay, let's take a look at that. I noticed that earlier too, I just wasn't sure if that would be a problem. Turns out it is. So. Mainly just need to do this. Where... select each face up here. Like that. And then... no, I have to have this on. There we go. Merge by distance. How's that even look? Okay, I need to bring this down a bit further. Up to here. What to do about this? What's the best solution? I'm still boxy up here because of the creases, but only on the very base, which is probably okay. The main problem is wherever the kinks are here, like not natural. Is it hidden? Not really. Let's work it down to here. See what happens. I'm not allowed to right click? There we go. Weird. And it just pushes it down further.
This is an annoying problem. Make sure I'm merging everything. I'm not sure if the ring pattern is going to be worse or not. Just to compare, I'm going to take screenshots before and after and see what it looks like. This is my main concern. If I can get it with just keeping everything merged, I could probably do that, but let's just take a look here. Honestly, it doesn't look that much different. It doesn't make it any more obvious that the rings are there, for as long as my displacement UVs are split along the length. So maybe I should just do that. Keep the entire thing smooth pretty much. I don't need the creases up here anymore. I'd probably keep them down here to keep it sharp, but up here I don't need it. Okay, I think it worked something out. Oh yeah, that question's answered in the FAQ. So, the question about when I started animation, it should be in the FAQ. Anyway, so let's go ahead and unsharpen the base. I might as well select what I need to select. Is there a thing I could do to clear it? Control E, clear. Oh, I can do it all at once through this, through Shift E, but not through the, not through this, I guess. Okay, well that makes things easier. Good to know. Okay, well that's smoothed out. I'll keep in the chaos here. Now I've got to do the same here. So merge everything. Shift D, -1. Okay. Yeah. Looks about the same. So yeah. And I didn't have to separate the actual meshes. Just split up the UVs and the golden. Now I want to deal with the layer spacing up to the base here. Should be a huge problem. Should be fairly straightforward. I just need to select that whole thing. I need to make sure I have the shrink shape key. Select some of these. I wish this was easier to do all at once. I don't think there is a way, so I have to do this for every single layer. Like that. And select all the layers. And blend from shape. Make this 90%. Make this 85. No, it's too much. Think about it, no. It should be more like 75 at the start, and then work my way down to like 70%. 65. Let's jump a little bit more now. 0.4, 0.2, and 0.1. Okay, so the spacing is a lot closer to the edge, so it's less obvious that it's layered, while still keeping it looking like it's dense everywhere else, so it's fine. We're good there. Cool. Now I have to do it from the top side. So same deal. Select the same shape key. Seven, 5, 7, 6, 5, 2, 4, 1, 2. So now it should look better up here. Need to push that further up. This normally isn't so bad, but I don't normally have this many layers for the hair, so... what can you do? Alright.
Constructive on, dude. Ah. I don't know if that's fixed yet. I don't know. Okay. Cool. I made everything myself. Again, the FAQ in the description answers that. So be sure to check the FAQ. In fact, I forgot to make the pinned comment for this. Guys, just keep in mind when you try to promote your own channel, YouTube automatically tries to pick that up and blocks it. No one else can see messages that you send that is related to promoting yourself. So, it's not generally what chats are for anyway. For self-advertising, it's kind of intrusive. You have to, I'd only allow it if I can, if you have permission. If I give you permission, sorry, I can't even talk. If I gave you permission, I'd allow it, but currently no. For the most part, yeah. I figured out what I wanted to do with the hair. You can still tell there's planes, but the ring isn't really visible anymore because I've randomized it a bit more. If that makes any sense. If I try to be more descriptive, it's not going to make any sense unless you know exactly how this works. But yeah, it's better than it was. So yeah. Alright, so I guess there's still some things I want to do with the top main for the corrective blend shapes based on the camera angle, I think. Let's take a look. I need to hide the high poly stuff here. This shape could still use some work. Maybe. How's it look in cycles? Obviously no hair, like transparent hair yet, but I'm just looking at the shaping. This needs to be pushed out more. It looks a bit weird that it's clipping in.
turn? Hold on. Not too bad. I could probably push this more closely here, up here. Through the bases, ideally. I think I'm set. I'm pretty satisfied with what I have. The only thing I need to work on is braking related. So, like, just the armature and setting up constraints so that camera angles looking at it from above don't change the shape drastically. That's all I need. Or below, I guess. Which won't affect the main mesh. It's just all drivers. Okay. How long have I worked on Twilight? The past couple days. Just a couple days, that's it. The wings are going to be hard to do, and I don't plan to do them now. Or, yeah, it'll be a while before I am willing to tackle that. Because they aren't Pegasus wings. I have Pegasus wings almost, like, ready to be used again, but the Alicorn wings are very, very different in terms of proportions. So I'd have to, like, rework a lot of things to make it work for that. It's not gonna be fun because the raking I've done for it is so dumb, but it quote unquote works. It works, I guess. So it's just a pain. It's just a pain. The thing is, I might be wanting to move the wings in the future. Even if it's not for the magic inside, it would be nice to have the wings fully functional. And I would need them to be rigged anyway for them to fold properly, which is that's what the stance is during the magic inside. So yeah, I'd need them rigged because it's not really all that easy to model convincing looking wings with the base pose being folded. Which yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Well, Twilight's hair is a very special case. It's just... I would have been done way sooner if I didn't run into so many problems trying to get it to work due to how Twilight's mane is. Being sheer cut on the ends, basically, throughout the entire thing. Everything is sheer cut and has like a wide open base, which no other mane I've done so far does this. It usually tapers off. For all the other manes I've done, they taper off smoothly, which is very easy to do using my onion layering system. But Twilight's mane doesn't really allow for that. It's all sheer cut. Yep, I will be animating the introduction of the Magic Inside, which includes Twilight and the speech. I already did the speech animation for Call Artura, by the way. I still have to give that a couple more passes, but yeah, I've already done that. And while I am working on Unicorn Twilight right now, I technically already have the Alicorn Twilight proportion set up already. Where's the thing? Like, all I have to do is hide the mains and stuff first, because I haven't set that up for this, but go on here, and I just move this bone, this green one. Okay. Why is the gizmo visible? I don't ever use that. Select it. Come on. Here we go. If I move this up, Twilight Proportions is right here and ready to be used, pretty much. It should be. So, this is Alicorn Twilight, and this is like Unicorn Twilight Proportions. It's not too much. Generally, the legs are a bit longer, the body's a bit longer, and most importantly, the neck and the horn is quite significantly longer. So, yeah, that's what I have set up for Alicorn Twilight. And I would be able to animate Twilight doing the introduction scene, like right now if I wanted to. I'm not going to, but I could. I just wouldn't be doing the wings stuff yet. You don't really need the wings to do like basic body movement and stuff, so yeah. That's what I have set up. Oh, I just realized something. Uh-oh. You were posed. Uh-oh. What do I need to do to fix this? No wonder it was clipping. That makes sense now. Let's see. Where's the rest of the name? Here. Did I overcorrect for things, or is it fine? Whoops. It's in the armature. Yeah, let's push this in. I need to tone this down then? I think I do. Anyway, yeah, the neck was slightly post, so it was like slightly, all the hair from before, from the beginning of the stream, was slightly off. It wasn't placed exactly where it should have been. So, yeah, I got the cheating shape keys done. As you can see, you have the camera up here, and you can do some playback with the low poly mesh. Ideally, so it's not lagging. Yeah. So you can see that this is the main camera, and it deforms the mesh based on where this camera is. Let me do it without AV sync. We don't really need this. Do it slowly. Hold on, let me see here. So what do you mean by controlling the hair like that? Saturn. I'm not sure how to answer that question. I think for the front face, I could probably push the mane further in so that the more of the horn is visible. This kind of looks like the mane is sliding up the horn when it starts going to the front view, which is probably not ideal. So I can probably address that. Where's the motivation? Frankly, I'm not the best person to ask for that. I'm not a great motivational speaker by any means. And, I don't know. I can't answer that, unfortunately. Oh, you mean just how I make the shape of the hair? I mean, I literally start with a circle. Like here, for the base of the tail. I start with a circle, and I just extrude it, extrude it, extrude it. Shape it based on the, reference photos that I have. Or reference screenshots. Where are you? Why aren't you showing up? Oh, there you are. Okay. And I just use a reference image and extrude the circles along the silhouettes. That's what I use as a base. And then after I'm done with that, I do some more precise shaping in 3 dimensions to accommodate for 3D space. But generally, it's not too complicated. That's all I really do. You don't see the deforming? Well, let me get close up. Let's get a nice close view here. Zoomed out, of course, but there we go. So we do it from this angle. So this is the primary camera, then it's going to rotate around. And this main is going to deform based on where the camera is. You can see how it changes. How do I do 3D textures? I don't do 3D what? I don't use 3D textures. All the procedural textures I use are 2D. You can use 3D textures for like volumetrics and stuff, but I don't use it here. Why I deform it? Because Twilight's main is, you might not realize it, but Twilight's main in the show is cheated so much. so much. It changes shape all the time based on where the camera is in the 2D shell. That it makes it nearly impossible to find a shape for the main in 3D that works for all angles. So I have to cheat it in order to keep its appealing look for all camera angles. Make it look like Twilight's main instead of some weird abomination or something. I don't use hair particles. I don't use hair particles at all. So let me show you. I'm assuming you just got here, so because I was literally just doing this like a couple minutes ago. So if I go, where is it? Here. All this stuff, this isn't hair. This is literally just a bunch of layered meshes. 25 layers, I believe. Yeah. So I can just hide one layer and show that on its own, as you can see. And I can bring in more layers. And I have 25 of these for Twilight's main. Which is a lot more than I usually do for other mains, but it was necessary for Twilight because of the sheer cut-ins, but yeah, there's no hair particle system at all present. They're just normal meshes. Just a lot of them stacked in the same place. Side view? I mean, it kind of has to, though. It matches the silhouette of Twilight's main, reaching all the way to their side. You can see Twilight's main reaches quite far to the side. It's not the exact same shape. In fact, I think this is the wrong angle. It'd be this one here, I think. Yeah. But it's still not the same exact shape. I had to make some tweaks to it to make sure the transition between each of the blend shapes aren't too abrupt. So I had to keep this curved up a bit instead of curved down. But otherwise, yeah. It has to be this far to the side to keep that silhouette somewhat close. Can you give me, like, an angle, Artsy Omni? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, an angle from, like, the front. So, like, the front would be 0 degrees, and this would be 90 degrees. Right here. Can you give me an angle? Yeah, today's the 10th anniversary of MOP FIM. FIM aired 10 years ago today. Well, at least in my time zone. October 10th. It's kind of fitting that I'm working on Twilight finally around this time. 70 degrees? So it's like close to here. It's about 70. Something like that. Okay. Let's make sure everything here is okay. Same depth, kind of. Yeah. Unless Omni's advice is going to drastically change the main. I think I want to start working on the layered hair for the actual top main now. I think it's about time I do that. The song that's playing right now is What My Cutie Mark Is Telling Me. It's from the Season 3 finale. It's like the whole musical episode. I can't answer that question. Whatever animation you're doing depends on, like, the length of how long it'll take to do an animation very much depends on what you're animating. It could take a couple minutes to a couple years. So, like, the answer could literally be anything. I can't answer that specifically. I would do test renders, but I'm nervous that the stream will like lag out a bit. Let me see what I can do. Oh, I'll be here actually. Oh. Let's really show a little bit of the face. Okay, this is probably gonna lag a little bit. It generally looks way better in cycles given the light bouncing helps hide the planes even more. Because Eevee doesn't really do light bouncing, so it doesn't really make it darker the more inside of the main you go. So, I don't know if my current... what I'm saying right now is getting to you. It's probably lagging. Let's go ahead and stop that now so we don't literally destroy the stream. Yeah. The problem is I can't make it look neat, otherwise you see the rings or whatever. It's tough. Let me try one more thing before I continue. I could try something like... .1. Let's see what happens. Does that make it neater looking? That should make it less wavy along the length, while still keeping it random. Yeah, maybe. Might make the gaps a bit more obvious, but if it's neater, it'd probably be a better fit. Alright, I'm gonna do another test render. The stream is probably gonna die again. Yeah, I'm looking music in the background. Yeah, it still looks kinda splitty, I guess. But I can't make it look neater without revealing the rings. Let's back up a little bit. Give the GPU more time to process things. Actually, am I using the right GPU right now? I might not be. Which GPU am I encoding in? I think it's the 1070, right? I don't think it's gonna change much. This might help, maybe? Not sure. No. Is this stream still going? I can't tell. Okay, yeah, it is. It's not really eating up RAM. It's eating up resources with the GPU cycles and the CPU cycles. Like, how am I gonna explain this? So, it just takes up a lot of processing power, essentially. It doesn't take up memory to do renders, really. Unless you have a really complex scene with a lot of things in your scene, that will take up memory. But generally, no, it is just the horsepower, I guess. Trying to come up with words that would make sense to like a general audience. The horsepower of your GPU or your CPU. Yeah. That's what I'm using. Let me check the DM here. Yeah, Omni, I think the movie style is more so what I want to try to imitate, at least in terms of like the 3D shaping of the main. Because the movie style is more consistent across all angles. Even though I do want to imitate the style of the show when I can, but if I can't, I'd rather refer to the movie. Yeah. Also, yeah, the curve for this angle here. Around here. I have it curved up instead of curving down for here. And you see it's curving up near the end. For the show style, it's actually curving down. And it's curving down on the 90-degree angle as well for the show, but not for my model. Because the change in curvature for this area is too obvious. Because I have it curved up for the front view, because it looks nice in the front view. That's how it's meant to be in the show. But if I have the shape key curve it back down on this side, it just looks too jarring. I do curve it down a little bit compared to the front view, but not all the way. Now, for the mane reaching like the ears and stuff, the main thing with that is my pony faces are a bit weird in the fact that the eyes don't really stretch across the side of the face very much, because that's a deliberate choice that I made for my models to not look weird in 3D. The 2D show doesn't. The 2D show wraps the eyes pretty much all the way up to the ears, pretty much. And I can't make that work in 3D without that looking weird, so I don't do that. Let's see, what else? I could maybe reduce it more, but I just don't want a huge gap between the hair and the ears. That would just look strange. I can't have that. Yeah, Twilight is an alicorn in the matchman side. I'll show this again, because I'm getting more people here that are just joining that haven't seen this yet. So, I have to hide the main to show this off. But I'll show this again. If I select the rig here, I'm able to change the proportions of the model to match alicorn Twilight proportions. So, she's a little taller during that. She has slightly longer legs, slightly larger body, and a longer neck, and a longer horn. And that's what I just did there with this controller. And I think it's pretty much ready to go, ready to use for animation. I just don't have the wings, because I don't plan to do that for a while. I want to get to that at some later point in the future when I feel I'm ready to tackle that gigantic task of doing the wings. The alicorn wings are just... they're going to be a problem. Because they aren't Pegasus wings. I can't just use the Pegasus wings as a base, really. I can use some of the same rigging techniques that I use for the Pegasus wings, but I essentially have to redo it all over again for alicorn wings. So that won't be fun. Yeah, it was just screenshots that Artyom sent me. I can show them to you. He sent me these. I'll send them in the chat. Yep, I do have some improvements waiting for me to finish for the Pegasus wings. That'll make them look better. Generally, the Pegasus wings that I have before don't look too convincing. I can show this real quick. So, we can see Rainbow Dash and her wings. The main problem with the wings as they are in this is that the feathers don't really look like feathers. They look like too clean, too flat, and don't really show breaks that feathers would. Like, breaks between, like, the bristles, is that what you call them? Anyway, they don't look like feathers. They aren't convincing. The revisions that the revisions that I'm doing is meant to address this. Yeah, you can't really see Fluttershy's eyes too well, but yeah, because her hair's in the way. Also, yeah, the eyes stretching across the face like that. A lot of 3D models actually do that for the ponies. They don't. They just like stretch the entire side of the face to be used up by the eyes, which just creates a huge problem with the head shape being like. I talked about this quite a bit actually before. So I can't remember where the head shape can sort of just resemble a V shape, where it's like a really sharp edge here, and then just goes like this, where there's a V shape, because the eye has to fill up this entire space. And I avoided that with my models. I didn't want that. So I pushed the eyes further to the front. And it looks generally more appealing that way too. So yeah, I think it's a good choice that I made that. It's good that I made that choice. Oh my god, I'm like scrambling my words here. Ugh. So bad at speaking English. Yeah. More fidelity. More convincing looking feathers. That's the idea. Screw it. I'm going to show you guys what I'm doing with the wings. It's a work in progress, though. Okay, let me hide this. Or maybe I can just widen this up. I can get closer. Here's generally what I'm doing. It's using the same rigging. The feather placements for the primaries and secondaries are the same. But like the leading edge feathers are actually real feathers now. And the actual materials that I'm using actually add slits to the bristles. Again, I think that's what they're called. I don't know. I don't know the vocabulary. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. And you can see the stem more easily as well. It's not... Again, work in progress, but yeah, you can see a stem kind of forming here as well. It's not posable yet. Like, the leading edge feathers are just not gonna be posed properly. I haven't rigged it all, but yeah. That's what I have. And this is Pegasus wings. These aren't Alcor wings. Alcor wings are going to be shaped way differently than this. And they're going to be bigger. Fluttershy's tail is actually not going to be too hard to animate. I have a little cheat with her tail that I can show. Okay, I need to hide the wings so that I can actually pose things without things lagging. Okay. Hide the wings, yeah. Come on, cereal. Wait, what? Oh, I don't want the high poly stuff. I want the low poly. I want these. There we go. I might have to tune some levers. Do I have this set up? Can't remember if I set this up yet for this. Yeah, where is the... This is straighten. There's the hips. Try toggling this on. I think that'll make that work. Okay, how to make a copy location? What did I do for that? What are you attached to? Oh, right. Oh, anyway. Generally the posing of the tail is independent of the tail itself. I have to copy. Okay, I have to make some changes to how I rig this. It's a little bit unintuitive, but this is generally how it'll work. No matter how I post the tail, this part at the end will stay on the ground and won't be changed based on when I pose above it. Like that. Well, it's a compromise I have to make with the wings, where the wings, how I'm making the wings, they have to be fully functional. So the wings cannot do model swaps or anything like that. They need to be able to be folded up and unfold in the same rig without any sort of model swapping, cheating, or whatever. And that's not very easy to do without having a properly rigged wing that uses things that you expect real wings to do, real wings to look like. So yeah. It's why I was so unsatisfied with the wings before, because I just don't think I pushed it far enough into what it should look like. And the thing is, I don't think it is a huge clash, given that I'm using hair that looks like this, where it can look like I'm actually using real hair. You can see the individual strands. So I don't think it's a stretch that you can see the individual bristles of the feathers and stuff, you know? So I think it'll still work. Yeah, exactly. I just was never satisfied with the feathers and the wing in general. Like, the rigging is okay enough. I could probably still make some improvements there, but my main problem that I had before is it just looked unconvincing. It didn't look like a real wing, even though it functions like one. Fluttershy appears in the audience. In fact, actually Rainbow Dash doesn't appear at all, by the way, in the Magic Inside. But I still wanted to do her because she's like the main character. I might as well get the main six in its entirety, even though Rainbow Dash doesn't make an appearance in the audience. Well, it's gonna look like Paper and Eevee. It'll look better in cycles, where there's actual light bouncing. And feathers are supposed to be pretty thin. I mean, I have feathers in front of me. I have a bird downstairs I get feathers from as reference. And they're thin. They're not meant to be, you know, they're not meant to have depth. The only part that has depth is the stem, but even then it's still not that obvious. So. Anyway, what was I doing? I wanted to do the right. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this.
Actually, no, I don't want to do that yet. Still need the shrink and stuff. Okay. I think Twilight looks fine as both. I have no reason to prefer one over the other, just based on design, I guess. I mean, it's still fundamentally the same design, just like slightly different proportions, and plus one has wings and one does not. I don't know. I can't really describe it more than that. Describe my thoughts more than that. Start with point 1 and I can revise that later. Okay. Oh, does this all work with this? Kind of. Yeah, I was afraid of this. Because it's not lining up with the shape keys, but is it gonna matter? Does it matter at all? It's going to like, if it's gonna clip outside of the region it's supposed to, it would kind of be a big deal, which it might. Yeah. Okay, so I would need like different shape keys for the shrink for each angle. So shrink, base, then 3 more. Shrink front, shrink left, shrink right. So I need to blend from shape first. Right, 100%. And then I believe that will make that work for the right side. Why? Just let me select. Let me select. Why, Blender? Why? Why do you do this? In front. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this should work for the front now. We're good. I just have to like set up drivers per layer based on how much it should shrink, which requires a bit more setup, but it's doable.
I'm not sure how I'd set something up like that for the music in the background being displayed on stream somewhere. I don't know. I mean, window capture could work, but it wouldn't be that appealing. Well, I don't even know if Media Player would even work with that. I don't know. I think there's like weird compatibility there. I'm not sure. Well, anyway, that'll be fine for now. I don't think I'll need that many layers. Maybe I'll do 12 layers for this, I think. Start here. So these values I'm doing right here are just lay things out, and I'll implement these values into drivers for each layer. That's fine. That's fine. Should be fine. Doesn't have to go directly to the center. That it shouldn't be a problem. If it becomes a problem, I'll have to figure out a solution for that. Actually, let me make sure this is set so. I have to revise how I'm doing the shape key, I'm not sure. Because this is like curved and quite long as well, so the center point was actually around here instead. So maybe I should just move all these up then? I think I just do that, right? It should be hard. So just select all this and move it up. I'll have to graduate my way up as well a little bit. Yeah, should work. There you go. That up a little bit. It should be fine. Now let's work that to this side as well. Move up. And this is already fine. Okay. Okay. Now I need to move this down because it's sort of like moving inside it, which I don't want. I want it to stay level. To be up here. So move it down. All at once. Not just one. All at once. All at once. All at once. Down. Down. Okay. The edges might need to be pushed out more. What are these? right here. Okay, once a guess. So I'll push this down, right? A little better, but guess I should have expected that to be a problem because of its weird shape. Oh, I also don't like this. That's a problem. Yeah, the shape isn't... I might have to modify this per layer, which will be annoying. I have to manually fix it per layer. I don't know what else I could do. It'd be annoying, but I could do it. Yeah, window capture doesn't work for Windows Media Player. Might have to try a different piece of software at some point then, I guess. Not gonna set that up now. Not doing that. Okay, anyway. Anyway. Man, that's gonna be so weird. But it has to be done. But I don't have to worry about that now. I just want to set up the layers for now. This is still a problem here. How about this? Let's Redo this. So, why? Like that. And then instead of shrinking the loops, I'll do this? No. It's not gonna work. Probably. Maybe. How does it treat this side? It could work actually. It could also fix that other problem. Maybe. It's just, I think it's... Well, it could work. It could work, it could work, it could work. So it doesn't need to, the rings don't need to converge towards the center this drastically along the width of this, because it's so drastic, it doesn't need it. Once. What? Why is it lighting on me? All at once now. So it'd be like that instead. Which fixes that other problem. Mostly. Got a step, but that's easier to address. In fact, I could probably just do that now. I could probably skew it a bit. So move this to the left. Yeah. And then move this to the right. Like that. Okay. This side will be a bit different. It's actually, I probably shouldn't have moved this side. Oh. Yeah, I shouldn't have moved this stuff. That's fine. Ta-da! Oh, this is a Blender add-on that records the keystrokes on screen. It's called Screencast Keys. It's this right here. I might as well do that for all the other sides, so I got consistency there. In fact, this looks so much better. For something this, like, this shape, it just works better. I'm going to do this for each direction too, which will be fun. But has to be done. Has to be done. This will need some revision. Well, first I actually have to apply the negative. Add -1. There we go. Okay. What now? That might need to be addressed. Okay. This is the front side. Oh my god. Don't grapple doesn't want to. There we go. I'm gonna have to do this 3 more times too. Ugh. But here we go. Yeah, I had to come up with some system on my own because there's so little documentation of how you rig wings in any 3D software. I had to just come up with my own method, and I figure the best way to do it is using like lattices for deforming most of the wings, so that the feathers will always stay in line, because the lattices all deform all the feathers, regardless of where the I have no idea how to describe this actually. It's just the feathers, no matter where the feathers are, the lattice will deform them without them clipping through each other, essentially. So I use lattices to deform the wings, to go up and down, and to twist. But not the other axis where what do you call it? Yaw? The yaw of the rotation of the wings, I guess. Those are deformed by standard armature deform, but every other axis of rotation of the wings is controlled by the lattice. Admittedly, I could rig it a bit better to be easier to control, because I have 2 different bones depending on which type of deformation you're using. If you're using the lattice deform or the armature deform. So yeah, it's weird. Anyway. Should I do the rest of this now? I think I should. I probably should. Or should I rig this stuff? I probably should rig it. Or do the driver thing. These 2 won't need the driver. This is 0.87. Let's copy that value. You can modify the graph for that. Driver graph. There we go. And then make that value this. There we go. And we continue on with that. Did I copy it properly? Nope. Let's see. Trying to think ahead. Should be fine. Oh, okay, copy that and paste. Figure out how I'm gonna do the basis later, I guess. Now I already have an idea how to do it actually. Is it too hard? That's gone now. Can I copy trippers like this? Nope. Also, the anniversary of the finale, the last problem episode, is in 2 days as well. Just FYI. The finale aired October 12th, 2019. Yep, it's been a year. It is 10:50 p.m. today, right now. I might be yawning, but keep in mind that I actually woke up pretty recently. Got up at around 4 or 5-ish p.m. So looks like I'm good now. Now the base. It's my copy the front. Want that. And whoa, what? Okay. That's what we want there. That. Don't need that there. Okay. Look at that. Just need to modify this. That. One at a time. Oh no. You haven't missed much. You're missing like very boring driver setup. But yeah, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, and it's hard to explain what it does. So, but it has to be done. Oh. What am I in? that's more of I guess this one. Go away. Not that back. Okay, anyway. So I'm just gonna up we go. Up. Wrong one. Front. That would make more sense. Okay. Okay, so I think drivers are all set up now, so I can focus on the blend shapes for the other sides. Okay. this actually. Not too much. Okay. I have a drawing tablet, but I don't use it at the moment. I don't have a reason to for 3D stuff, at least. Not. I don't see a reason to use it for 3D stuff because I don't know, mouse and keyboard seem good enough for most things that I'm doing like right now. I'm proficient at mouse and keyboard, but I can use the tablet for other things not related to just moving things around in 3D. Like learning how to draw, or like sketch over my 3D scenes or whatever, using the grease pencil and stuff. But I haven't had time to really get into learning how to draw. I looked into it a few months ago, but I never really carried it out and committed to it. Just don't have time. Alright, so that's 2 of 2. I have, let's see, so I have 2 more to go. enough, I guess. Okay. One more side to go. Let me close that up. If I can. It doesn't have to be too perfect or anything. Right now I'm configuring all the layers of the main. If I load up or unhide what I've already done with the other main parts, you can see that it's split up into a bunch of layers. That is then a lot of mesh layers that is then configured to have these transparent material, this transparent hair material, pretty much. That's what I'm doing. I haven't configured the material yet, but I'm configuring like all the layer placements and all that. This isn't a real hair particle system. It's all meshes, all layered meshes. I don't have a favorite MLB character. I don't pick favorite characters really at all for shows that I enjoy. It's always been weird for me to really think about that. I can pick favorites for a lot of different things, but usually if they're character related, it's harder for me. Almost done.
My name is Pinkie Pie. Hello, and I am here to say, how you doing? I'm gonna make you smile, and I will brighten up your day. It doesn't matter now. What's up? If you are sad or blue, howdy. 'Cause cheering up my friends is just what Pinkie's here to do. 'Cause I love to make you smile, smile, smile. Yes, I do. It fills my heart with sunshine all the while. Yes, it does. 'Cause all I really need is smile, smile, smile from these happy friends of mine.
Okay.
See you grin. Awesome. I would love to see you
That's done.
rock on.
Okay.
Corners
Okay.
of your mouth turned up
Okay.
is always Pinkie's dream. Who's fun?
Okay.
You're kind of worried. Face is made of brown. I'll work real hard and do my best to turn that sad frown upside down. 'Cause I love to make you grin, grin, grin. Yes, I do. Bust it out from ear to ear. Let it begin. Just give me a joyful grin, grin.
Oh yeah, just put there and there.
Fill me with good cheer. It's true, some days are dark and lonely, and maybe you feel sad. But Pinkie will be there to show you that it isn't that bad. There is one thing that makes me happy and makes my whole life worthwhile, and that's when I talk to my friends to get them to smile. I really am so happy. Your
Wait.
smile fills me with glee. I give a smile, I get a smile, and that's so special to me. 'Cause I love to see you beam. Yes, I do. Tell me what more can I say to make you see that I do. It makes
I didn't put the alpha vertex colors. Whoops. Well, I guess I'll do that one next time.
every pony. Smile, smile, smile. Fill my heart up with sunshine, sunshine. All I really need is a smile, smile, smile from these happy friends of mine. Come on, every pony. Smile, smile, smile. Fill my heart up with sunshine, sunshine. All I really need is a smile, smile, smile from these happy friends of mine. Yes, a perfect gift for me.
I always forget something before I duplicate things like this. This could have all been done before I duplicated it, and I wouldn't have to do this constantly for each layer individually. But that's what it is, I guess. At least the vertex colors in mind.
Come on and smile. Come on and smile.
If I were to pick a least favorite, I'd probably say Snips, I think is what his name is. Snips. There's not much else I'd pick. It'd probably help if you guys stop mentioning that other animation whenever that song comes up. It might help you guys actually not remember it. just don't acknowledge it. You don't need to acknowledge it, it will help. I feel like a counselor. I mean, if you enjoy the animation, that's fine. It's just for the people that would prefer to forget about it. Ideally, just don't bring it up whenever the song comes up. Oh boy. You know what? I should just do projected. Why? Not even close. Okay, never mind. It's broken. Stupid. Ugh. And given that Hot Diggity Demon has a different art style from the show, it's easier to give it separation from the show itself, I would say. Same would go for like Pymations as well. Had a similar style going on at one point, but yeah. Two more layers. You're almost there. That's what you get for forgetting. Don't be like me. Okay. Okay. Just this section. Keep this. Okay. Might have to line it up here as well. Okay. This could be messy. Let's try moving this from the base. Slide more. Okay, now let's give it some variation. I didn't put in a displacement UV as well. Well, I just neglected to do everything. Okay, I have to add that to everything as well. No, this will not take nearly as long. Copy that eventually. we need to give the entire thing some transparency. This is a thin layer. Maybe like 1.3, maybe 1.25 for the rest. Okay, now I have to fix the taper. Actually, it should be this, right? Taper twilight. A lot more, but because it has to be. That's a start. Now we need to is it too dense? It could be too dense. Maybe. We'll see. Need to add some displacement now. I need to convert it more higher up as well. Probably. Yeah, probably will. But it's getting there. I do think it's too dense, so I'm gonna try 2.5. 1.25 instead for the thickness. It's still probably too dense, actually. Can't even remotely see anything outside this. 1.1. Those individual hairs? What do you mean? There are no individual hairs. These are all just planes. They're just meshes. Oh my god, hold on. Something. Okay. So keep in mind, guys, that we need to keep things English here so that I can understand what chat's saying. So we need to stick to English. If I can't understand what chat's saying, given that English is my only language, I can't moderate it. I can't moderate what people are saying if it's not English. Well, technically I could moderate it, but I have to Google Translate every time someone speaks in a different language, which is just distracting me from working, which I also don't want. So, yeah. This is a good starting point. I just need to converge the inner layer and the outer layer a bit more before it separates. I can do that. Okay, hopefully I can do this without causing the stream to die. I think I have the right GPU on for rendering. That shouldn't interfere with it too much. Probably move the light source up. It's kind of below twilight right now. You know, this is not looking bad. I like it. Stream holding up for you guys? It shouldn't be lagging anymore. I had disabled the GPU for rendering that's actually encoding the stream. So it shouldn't be a problem. Like, it should be, you should still be able to hear me instead of me getting stuttered or dropped out. Hopefully. Okay, can someone translate into Spanish? Give him an answer. I just Google Translate what he said. He doesn't understand what I said. Because I can't give him an answer in Spanish. Or they, them. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Generally, I just need things to stay in English in here so that I can understand what people are saying without using Google Translate. Alright, let's move the light source up. No, I meant translate to them, not to me. I already know what they said. I already know what they said. That's why I asked someone to tell them in Spanish what I said. Meaning, don't to speak any language that isn't English so that I can understand what chat is saying. So that's what I meant. I meant the inverse. A bit above. Like that. An actual nice reflection this time. I think I'll, once this is given enough samples, I might just take a quick screenshot and post this on Twitter. Say like happy 10th anniversary or something in like work in progress Twilight. Something like that. Let people know on Twitter that follow me that might not even know that I stream. See what I've been doing with Twilight. I've been working on Twilight for 2 days, not 5. I might have to redo the render if the denoise makes it too smeary. You'll see. Hopefully the detail is still preserved. Yeah, to me, it's important to make the hair look like hair. If it looks like a blob mesh, it's not going to look convincing in 3D. It just looks like a toy. Or more like a toy than I want it to be, at least. Yeah, it's rendering right now. Just adding a bunch of samples, letting it go until it has reached its limit, which is 256 samples. Might as well have the information on screen. It's not even halfway done. Let's hide the wireframe so I can see what's going on. Please do not start the render when I do this. Shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, what can I say? I just like the show a lot. It surprised me how good it was, despite its reputation, despite its what's the word? Stigma. And I wanted to do something cool for it. Make something I like. for a show that I like. We're looking at this counter up here, by the way, up on the top left. That's the sample count. It's gradually going up. And obviously, as you guys can tell, it's pretty slow, because I have so many layers in this main, way more than I usually add to my models, that it just makes it so much more expensive to render because of how much transparency there is per pixel. If that makes any sense? How many transparent meshes the ray has to go through. It just skyrockets the render time. But it is necessary. I mean, it is understandable that some people might question, even if they aren't aware of the stigma, they might question why an adult might be into My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. It would seem weird, because it's... If they're at least familiar with the name, they probably recognize it from, like, the girls' toy aisle or something. And they might not really even be aware of what the show is, or anything like that. It's understandable why some people might not really understand that, just based on what they don't know. Compared to, like, other cartoons. What? Yeah, it just seems weirder. But, yeah. Once it gets close to 256, I think I'll hit the screenshot button before it denoises it. And then I'll make another screenshot for the denoise. Make sure it doesn't smear too much. If it smears it too much, I can use the previous screenshot. Do it at like 245 or something. I'll wait for it to stop lagging, and then I can properly crop this out. Looks like we're good. And then let's get the denoise result and see which one I prefer. It's probably going to be the noisy one. I can tell the main down here is a bit blurry. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter too much. I mean, at least the head main isn't too blurred out. Yeah, I think I'll just do the denoise one. It'll look fine on Twitter. Alright. Let's go ahead and share that. Let's see. Let's find the screenshot here. Saved on my hard drive. It is... Which one is it? Is it the last one? It should be. Yeah, it's the last one here. Oh. What should I say? Given that this is the 10th anniversary of MLP, today, still in my time zone. Or, oh no, it's just past midnight, so technically no. But still, it's pretty much is still the anniversary. Pretty much. Let's see. Nah, I'll just be down to earth. I've started working on Twilight just before. Is it airing? Right, yeah. Before 10th anniversary of... I should probably add B3G to it as well for Blender. I am in the Pacific Northwest. I will say that. Was there a hashtag for the 10th anniversary? Might want to add that as well, I guess. Let's see. Yeah. I can just add it here. Should I mention the stream too? I think I should. You know what? Yeah, hold on. Let me get a link for the stream. The stream that I'm doing right now. At this very moment. something like that. I think I'm good though. WIP means work in progress. So it's correct. No, I'm in the States. I'm not Canadian. Alright, it's setting that out. There you have it. Nah, it's too late to edit it. It's fine. Anyway. We just let that sit there for a bit while I continue working. Alright, so what do I want to do now? I think I still need to repair the main a little bit. Right, it was the, this area in here, like, that's inside the main mesh that I need to converge. I can do that. Not much else, though. Oh yeah, I can set up the rig constraints for the shape keys a bit more as well. I could do that. Yeah, I should do that. But once I get those done, I think I'm pretty much done with the main and tail, pretty much. I think the tail could still use some of the polish I've given to the ends here, but otherwise it's pretty good. Alright. Should be good. Let's get out of this render view. If it will respond. Yep, here we go. Let's figure this out. Because I'm gonna have to do this like 4 times. Because of how the main is constructed. It has 4 different shapes depending on the angle. So we want front first, I guess. So these need to be closer together, these gaps here. Because what I just hit was the very tip of it. But having this away, there's a big gap. And I want to close that off as well for this bit. So that's just what I'm doing. I need, there. Doesn't have to be close up all the way, it just needs a bit less than a big gap for the second layer of edge loops. I think I'll just push up a bit as well. Shouldn't be too much work, actually. I'm already almost done with one of them. 3 more to go after this. I still need to check my work. It's a little better. It's less obvious that it's splitting up. But I still need to move it to left a bit more, I guess. They'll be released at some point. Like, everything that I'm doing will be public at some point in the future. Now I want to get to the other sides, right? The displacements could be more obvious too. Potentially, maybe. That doesn't look too bad. There's a big gap here. I don't like that. I need to close this off more. And, oops. This as well. Oh, Alicorn Twilight? Yeah, that's not gonna be yet. Like, I have Alicorn Twilight's proportions set up on the rig. Like, I can toggle the proportions on for that. But the wings are for later. The wings are not for now. It's gonna be later. You shouldn't have to say that. Oh, no, Lewis, why would you say that? Yeah, it's been a few hours, but, like, it doesn't mean that new people aren't joining the stream right now at this moment. It's not like they haven't seen what I just did. So it's understandable that people would not know. Yeah, see? Yeah. You don't need to be too condescending like that. Anyway, how the hair works, I might as well quickly show this. I might as well just show this. This part. I have, for the head main, for this part, I have 12 meshes that consist of the entire thing. 12 whole objects. And they are essentially just meshes that have this transparent hair texture applied to it. And each layer is given a slightly different layer depth. So if I go into this mode, you can see the layers are converging towards the center, like this. And that's what essentially creates the effect. Yeah. I mean, this is not like your typical live stream of like people playing games or whatever. This is a pretty chill stream. Not a lot of action. It's not meant to be exciting. It's meant to be interesting, if anything, for people that are curious about the process. But yeah. Alright, I need to do the other ones. I'm not too concerned with the base. In fact, it's not even that bad. It's fine. What I am concerned about is the left and right. Does this have the same problem? I don't even think it does. It just has to. This has to be shifted to the left a bit more, but that's it, right? There's a bit of a gap there, I guess. Okay, I might fix that one. Did not? What? Oh. It's mostly... It did add everything, right? Yeah, it did. Okay. Deal with that for now. I'll have to close the gap up here. Closed off now. Blender's just always been free. Like, it's always been an open source software. Like, since the 90s. But yeah, Blender's been a thing since the 90s. People aren't even aware of that. But yeah, it's always been free, and it's probably always going to be free in the future as well.
I know you were worried for a second there, weren't you? Well, I think it's all just fine, Mr. President. We'll build a playground for all of us to enjoy. So
All right, I can probably move this back a bit.
I wanna help in
Okay,
you every
and this should be okay over here.
I'm here to show you a change. Listen up. Here's the
All right, right side.
bring it in. That's right. Keep it coming. Hey there. You have the amazing strength. Can you help me move that merry-go-round across the line? Thank you so much. And you, with the super teeth. We need you to help with that too. You got that. Let's hear it. There's so much I can do to help every pony else. I see the light that shines in me. I know I can be my better self.
Alright, so what problem do we have here?
'Cause now the future's bright for me.
And the gap just needs to be closed off here.
Me free to do what's right and be the pony I wanna be. And be the pony I wanna be.
What else was I gonna do? The shape key thing. Okay, hold on. It's make sure I have a bonus tracking the verticality of the camera. There should be local space. Okay. There we go. I need a new variable. This might be a problem, actually. I might have to think about this, actually. Like, sit down and think, because it'll require a bit of math. The graph setup is going to interfere with how I'm going to toggle it off based on the verticality of the camera. And doing that on stream, it's going to take forever. Alright, so I guess I can do that later. For some reason, I just failed to account for that. Ugh. Didn't think so. No driver or anything. Yep. This wouldn't be a problem if I added driver to this value key. But obviously that's not the case. It'd be cool if it did. Support that though. And just drag all these down to 0. Well, I guess there's not much else for me to do then, at least on stream for Twilight. So what now? What's to be done next? What can I do next? I don't know. I don't know what to do next. Oh, duh. I know. You need the hips for the tail. And how was I guess I just take the head. Yeah, I guess hips and the head. The hips slightly different. The hips are a little low. I can adjust that later if I have to. Let's see. Oh. Those still posed. Turn that off. Actually, just get rid of this for now. How low was it? Write this coordinates down. Difference between them both. Oh, I failed to grab the second value. First one. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to correct for something I failed to account for. Have my numbers. Reset pose. Move this up by 0.00554. To this side. 0.00847. There we go. And sublocation. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, no wings for now because I haven't worked on the alicorn wings at all. I have Pegasus wings, but not alicorn wings. I don't DJ. I've done 0 of it. I was 11 when I made my name, and I thought it was cool that my first name and my middle name initials were DJ. I just thought that was cool, even though it was nothing that I was interested in doing. And my name has basically stayed this since 2008. So yeah. I know nothing about music. The DJ in my name is just the initials of part of my name. It's not the other kind. Alright, so let's attach this to the actual rig now. That's what I was going to do until I realized I still had it posed, which it shouldn't have been. Yeah, that's fine. You're good now. Cool. Hide that. Hide the head. Everything else. It's deleted. Okay. Right, I let's double check the rigging for the tail. Come on. What? Okay, one of this. Are they already parented? I guess they are. Oops. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. Forgot to check this earlier as well. The weight painting I kind of screwed up for the base. So this is tail base. Didn't add this earlier. And weight paint. Hopefully this is gonna be a quick fix. I'll have to do this for every layer though. Too much. Wait. Okay, so 1/3, 0.1. Yeah, I think that'll work. Alright, so got a few layers to do this with. That's honey. 11 layers. Now I got one down. Yeah, per loop it has the same exact. Like every vertex in one edge loop, it will have the same exact weights. Helps keep things simple. Like, because the hair is essentially just tubes. They're just cylinders. So, keep it simple, stupid, essentially. It's my model there. Where's my wireframe? Okay, no, don't mess up. That would suck if I messed up. Check, make sure I haven't already. I did. Which layer? Okay, let's undo the 6. Yeah, look at that. Wrong adjustment. Select that. Okay. Caught that early. That's good. Double check, make sure everything's still fine. Yep. Looking good. 2 more to go though. Isn't the definition of wets like meant to define specifically water? Not just like a fluid in general, just water, isn't it? Right? Okay, looks good. now let's attach it to the actual main rig. I can do that now. No, no. Copy transforms. Rig. Head. That's a problem. Forgot my scale was a bit weird. What's the scale? 0.4? Yep. Okay. I need to clear everything. Nothing should be childless. So many layers. Oh, come on. There we go. All of this. Clear parent. Okay. Okay, now everything can come back. I just need to set the parent, that's it. Should be good now. I forgot to do the low poly one. Let me do that real quick. There we go. Change. We have like 50 of these layers to rename for this specific vertex group. So I forgot to do this earlier as well. It's been a while since I made a new main and tail. Lots of missteps. There we go. Perfect. You working? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I don't think I did the whole point one, actually. Let me do that real fast. That's 2 of them. Let's do that. No. Okay. Chat is just such on a huge tangent. I don't even know how to follow it anymore. So how is this looking when I change the proportions? Fine. Yeah. This could probably be changed. Because this was adjusted for the back, but I could probably push that out. But other than that, looks pretty good. Okay. So what I have left to do, I think, for the main is to make a mirror version and maybe set up the physics as well. Maybe. And before I do that, though, I think I'll take a quick break. I think I'll get some snacks, munch on them for a bit, and then I can get back to work. So let me, come on. Let's get an angle for this. Let's get a nice render going on the back while I do this. Hide the low poly. Put you over there. Okay. Be right back.
Let's all work together to make this castle shine.
Once we add some sparkle, it'll feel, it'll feel, it'll feel,
It'll feel divine.
crates of apples and bales of hay just makes you feel at home.
Furry friends and some poppin' jays, so she won't be alone. And we'll make, and we'll make, and we'll make this castle a home. There's nothing like balloons and confetti to greet you every time you walk through the door. She'll need this and those posters of all my heroes. How could any pony awesome ever ask for more? And we'll make, and we'll make, and we'll make a home she'll adore.
Bright curtains of flowing silk and lace.
This picture of me winning a race. Party cannons to give her a surprise.
Hose and rakes and some more garden supplies.
Getting hugs from this nice big friendly bear.
Decorate with some gemstones bright and rare.
More of this and that. Don't forget the party hats. How could any pony awesome ask for more than that?
Let's all work together
To show that we have shown
you own. The things that hold the meaning in your life are the memories you've sown. So we made this castle a home. So we made this castle a home. So we made this castle a home. There's more to me than glitz and glam. Oh, and now I feel my stars align. For I had believed what I was sold. I did all the things that I was told. But all that has changed and now I'm bold. 'Cause I know that I am just a pony. I make mistakes from time to time. But now I know the real me
Hello. I realized I didn't raise the volume of the music, so hopefully the volume jump isn't too drastic. Being my voice is quite a bit louder than the music in the back. Okay. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. Let me see here. Hold on.
If you wanna be the life of the party, but you're feeling just a little uptight, call the doctor, beg him please. Doctor, tell me what I need. Try to put a little cheese in your knee.
1 second, guys.
Bubbles and balloons, bubbles and balloons. What's a birthday party with the bubbles and balloons? Star-shaped or trapezoid, look what I can do. Only Pinkie Pie can make a bubble shape like
Okay.
you.
Just let yourself go fluffy, for now this is your chance. Pretend you have no bones and do the rubber chicken dance. Hit boneless!
Such a contrast how nice Cycles can look, and then once I swap back to Eevee, it just looks so much worse. The shading in general. Never, ever will not use Cycles. It's just too good. It's too good. Yeah, so something I want to check is how well the main stays attached when I rotate the head. That's something I usually have to do and make sure that works fine. Where's... Oh, I already have it on. Okay. It should be okay. I'll have to rotate it down and see. It's a little detached. Okay, let me... You know what? Yeah, let me keep this rotated down so I can address this now. Don't worry, I kind of broke her neck, but it'll be fixed in due time. Is that working right down? Wait, where am I? Okay. That's probably fine. Probably. Yeah. Okay, now, gotta check some other directions. Where's my... what? Wrong rig. So rotate a little bit this way, make sure it doesn't look weird. Okay, looks good. Alright, let's bring the low poly stuff in. I don't have one for the top. You fix that. Yeah, the eyes looked white because the little target is ahead of her. And when I rotated the head to, like, either the left or right, you couldn't see her irises because it's just too far. It should be 20 seconds, by the way. Yeah, it's 20 seconds, not 30 for slow mode. But it needs to be on. You never know when someone will just start spamming in chat. It only takes one person to do it, so. Alright, well, what else is there to do? The main looks fine. I think I could do the physics, right? Do that, if I could. Is there, I think I want to do it slightly differently. I'll need to add a rig setup for this one. Why are you down there? Hello? What? Oh, it's because it's the proportions. This is Alicorn Twilight proportions, and it's going back to normal proportions when I go into edit mode. That's right. It's just putting it back. There you go. Alright, so I don't know if I even should do it this way. There's problems. Let's just focus on this. Trying to think. There's a different way I wanted to set up the wiggle bones, but how will it work? I feel like this isn't the right one. Let's just see what happens. I got that pointing down. Do it again. Should inverse this.
I am the spirit of Hearthstone yet to come. Are you here to show me what future Hearthstone leaves are like? No, there are no more Hearthstone leaves for me to show. Why not? You will succeed in erasing the holiday as you wished.
What's
And what
that?
happens? I see a cold wind blowing. I see days neither fun nor free. I see a future caused by you. I see a path not meant to be. Future should be filled with magic.
Okay.
Dreams and wishes
Sort of what I wanted, I think.
brought to life.
Oh, no. Maybe not.
Days ahead are dark.
I thought that was working. Why aren't you working? Okay, hold on. Wrong access?
They aren't real. It's just a little Billy story.
They are all too real, Snowfall, and your actions will allow them to return. The future of
Okay.
Equestria shall be bathed in a
There you go.
blanket of eternal snow.
Okay.
Meant for this to happen. I didn't understand.
Oh, God. Hold on.
Please, Spirit, I haven't cast the spell yet. Is there still time? I'm sorry.
What has happened to the chat? I literally just looked away for a couple minutes. I just have to ban like 3 people. Guys, relax. And watch what you guys say. You guys gotta be kidding me. For real. Look away for like 5 minutes. So stupid. It really makes me mad. You guys are... I really don't want to swear. Look, I'm trying to keep things family friendly. I don't want to swear because I know that a lot of people that are young might watch my stream. Even if they shouldn't be. They could be. Right? So let's not discuss things that they shouldn't be hearing right now. Let's just not. Don't be messed up. Okay? Let's just keep it things sane. Alright? I don't want to have to deal with this. Come on. It's clearly stated in the rules, too, that you shouldn't be discussing that kind of stuff. Clearly stated. It's right there in the description, right at the top. Anyway, back to this. Let's see what I can do with this right now. Yeah, I can check that out. Hold on. Omni, is there anything in here that could potentially leak something you're working on? Because I think I'll just watch it on stream. I would need your approval. I just want to be sure that it's clear to be watched on stream. I'll wait for his response. I'll have to double check some of the sends I had before. Yeah, just be sure before you tell me. Let's see. Let me try this. Gonna hide this screen real quick. Okay, that should be good. Oh wait, whoops! I just reverted it. Whoops. Should be good. Alright, let's take a look what we have here.
So I've got a very simple setup here.
Be quiet.
Here I've got bunch of layer cylinders, and got a simple rig here. None of these inner layers have any vertex groups or any modifiers. The outermost one, however, is skinned into the rig, so I can move it around, easy peasy.
Yeah.
All right. So the goal is to transfer all of the existing weights from this outermost cylinder, which you can see. Check the weight pane. You can see I've got a bunch of weights here. So I want to
Yeah. Earlier I was doing weight painting on my on my hair on the model. And they're effectively cylinders just like this. And the problem with having them all in separate layers and separate meshes is that I can't apply the same weight painting to all of them at once, at least based on my knowledge. But this is supposed to help solve that. Supposedly.
transfer
We
all
shall
of
see.
those vertex weights to the inner layers based on the vertex proximity. So in theory, this vertex would get the weights of this vertex because it is the closest vertex.
It's by proximity?
Most cylinder is the target.
Hmm.
So I'm going to start by...
I would have thought it would have been like
the
vertex order or
cylinder,
something.
add
that would be
a
preserved.
modifier to the second layer here. So it's going to be outermost layer, which is cylinder 5. And then I'm going to hit vertex data. I'm going to enable that and then also enable vertex groups. And that doesn't do anything until you hit generate data layers.
I wonder if there's a vertex order option under that
Now
drop
the
down.
second layer has a bunch of vertex groups.
I probably prefer that,
To
frankly.
armature deform. Now, what I was hoping for, and it didn't work, and maybe there's a way to make it work, but what I was hoping is that I could just, you can kind of see it's sort of working, but the weird part is once you start to move it a lot, it starts breaking. Like, I guess it has something to do with the fact that it's no longer close to the source vertex. But
Is
it
the
would
modifier
behave
order
differently
correct?
than the actual. Hoping
Hold on.
that doesn't do anything until you hit generate data layers.
Wait, there's only one modifier. Where's the rig? Where's the armature deform modifier for that?
Once you do, now the second layer has. Once you do, generate data.
Do you not need an armature deform? Wait, what? That's weird.
That doesn't do anything until you hit generate data layers. Once you do, now the second layer has a bunch of vertex groups. Now I'm also going to armature deform. Now, what I was hoping for, and it didn't work, and maybe there's a way to make it work, but what I was hoping is that I could just, you can kind of see it's sort of working. But
I imagine that vertex order will solve this problem here, where when the vertices get too far away from each other, it breaks. But with vertex order, that won't be a problem as long as the mesh never gets modified in any sort of weird way that changes the vertex order. That should always work.
It is once you start to move it a lot, it starts breaking. Like, I guess it has something to do with the fact that it's no longer close to the
It's not always applicable.
source vertex, but I would think it would behave differently if that was the actual problem. So I don't really know what the problem is. But if you just apply the modifier, then it becomes permanent. So the nice thing about this is now that we have both the data transfer and the armature modifier on the second layer, I can just really quickly apply those modifiers to all of the other layers. Just quickly that we have both
wait, what?
Data transfer and
Wait, now
the
it's
armature
there.
modifier. Where it can maybe
Did I miss something?
But
The armature is now there.
Now I'm also going to
Oh, you did it here. I missed that. Okay.
to the I don't know then it
I completely missed that.
the enabling
Okay.
modifiers. So now all of these inner layers have the modifiers. Oops, I did that wrong. I have to select the one that has the modifiers last.
Yep.
So modifiers. Okay. Now all of the inner ones have the same modifiers. Unfortunately, it doesn't also generate the data layers automatically, so only the second one has it. These other ones still have to be generated, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that manually. So generate for all of these other modifiers.
Okay, I think I got the idea.
Now, if I
So it's not applied yet.
show the weights, you can see that they all have weights now. They all have the same weights. Just out of curiosity, the modifier is still unapplied. Yeah, you can see that the weight is
Yeah.
sort of being removed as it gets rotated. So that's
Okay. I think I get it.
so now apply all the modifiers. So presuming I did this right, yeah. So now
So it's all
we've
applied now?
transferred all of the weights from the
Yeah.
outermost layer to all of the inner layers relatively quickly. Gee,
Simple enough, I guess.
it's pretty much as expected.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Now I need to refit my window. Rescale. Fit the screen. There we go. Yeah, it's. I was listening to a video. It was pretty quiet though. I think I had it maxed out in volume, so. Yeah. I just closed it, so I can't check it, but I'm pretty sure it was on max. Okay, I think I'll try that out later once I am done tinkering with the local physics. Let me hold on. Let me be sure. What modifier was it called? Yeah, it's just called data transfer, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Uh-oh. It's weird. Local physics is just so strange sometimes. So I'm getting nothing. Try that out. No? Try a different version. So this is 13. Try the latest one. Crashed. Nice. I think I remember that happening too. Oh, probably not autosave. Ah, whatever. It doesn't exist. Once again, it's not been auto-saving, but thankfully, didn't lose much. Not this time.
I wasn't too keen on what I had there anyway. Topology also makes sense, but there's also cases where, let me show you, where that might not work. Where vertex order or topology might not work. Where if we like show a different name. Come on, come on. Let it load up. Okay. You can see for Rainbow's main, that each layer, which is only 6 by the way, which is nice, but the higher up you go, there's less of the mesh. It gets cut off, which might cause some incompatibility as well for something like that. As you can see. Let's change this. Okay. So don't use that version. That just crashes the scene. I remember doing that too. Save before I keep going. Just want to figure out why you weren't playing. Now it's playing. Okay. And now it crashes again. The newer versions of the Wigglebone just it's unstable, unfortunately. I really wish there was a more fleshed out, more developed add-on that like added physics to armatures, because this is the only one that exists that's compatible with 2.8, but it's just not developed much at all, and it's really unstable. It's like an alpha build. It's just naturally unstable. And it hasn't been worked on in a while, I think. So I can't use any other version that's that recent. Stick to this, which is why I had it on, I guess. Okay, now it's moving. Okay. Now it chooses to move. Weird. Okay. Also probably was because it didn't have gravity before. I don't actually explain that. No gravity. Yeah. Anyway, let me have everything here hidden except for that. That's not fun. Get rid of the translation and no stretching. Keep in mind that viewport is like playing at half speed right now, which is not ideal. I have no idea why it's just so laggy. It's kind of annoying. Shading is so weird. Hmm. Yeah, no, I need to set like the default position, right? But I need to make sure the physics are okay. Hmm. Yeah, in the video you had it before the armature too. I saw like the armature was after the data transfer, so kind of doesn't make a whole lot of sense why it would break. Because it's supposed to do it before. Apparently not. Hmm. Okay. I like how the ears are all on right now as well. That's funny. Forgot I had those configured before. This don't seem too bad. Make sure everything has full gravity. It's hard to judge. It's not playing at full speed. So what's causing it to not play at full speed? That's a good question. Eyes are not impacting performance much. Horn does 2 FPS. The main mesh is doing nothing. Is it really just the body? The lashes? The lashes are doing like a whole frame of... What the heck? That's so bizarre. Is there... like... There's a lot of shape keys that shouldn't be here. Hold on. Hold on, make sure I want to make sure I'm not deleting something I shouldn't as well. Come on, Blender. So nothing here, it looks like. No, it's just this stuff. Okay, very good. I can't shift select, unfortunately, so I have to just spam the mouse button. Try to lighten the load a little bit. glasses and... Oh, this just looks shit, that's fine. Okay. I'm pretty sure Vertex groups being full is probably not helping either, but going through that is kind of a pain. I didn't really seem to help much either. Okay. Teeth aren't doing much. Or the tongue. So weird. Ah. Alright then. Full frame rate. Without the body, I guess. It's like 2 jiggly. So that's amplifier, right? Should really make sure I'm tuning this similarly to what I have other armatures here. Let me check rarity. What were your settings approximately? You have what? These aren't changing. I know I had this tuned at one point. Why is it not here? What? Okay, I see some numbers changing. So it's 30 amp. Okay, 75. Needs to be at 0.2. Top is it? That's fine, 0.75. The dampening is probably the main reason. That helps a little bit. Let's see. I'm currently just trying to figure out what I want to do for the wiggle physics, which is the system that adds physics to the armature, essentially, which is allows me to do this. But I have to tune the settings. And it's a bit tough to do because the wiggle bone feature is just an add-on that someone made that was never really finished, so it's a little unstable and not really full of features. So. It's been a while since I touched these settings, so I'm not sure what to tune right now. I'll just make this the same. Trying to refresh my memory at this point. Wish I could make it follow through more. That's what I want to try to do. Don't want to overkill it either. I'm not too concerned about how it's drooping down. Obviously, it's losing its shape, but I'm gonna compensate for that with a set starting pose. I'm just making sure the physics are good first before I do that. I'm getting more follow through, but is it just moving too much now? That might be fine, actually. Maybe. That'd be quite a task to learn Python. Though frankly, since I've actually sort of picked up C# for Unity recently, it might be more doable. That way I'm more comfortable with coding. Maybe kinda. I mean, that's probably a reach, but I don't know. Now let's actually make this a little different. I'm getting somewhere, I guess. Okay. So something like that. Now let's set the starting poses, which is always the fun part. Always. So the cursor here, and make sure the dope sheet is yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, let me name these bones. Good enough. Towards that. Yeah, exactly. The starting pose lets the main fall down due to gravity, essentially. I'm sure there could be a way to code an automated way to do this process to match to like create a starting pose that would allow the physics to line up with how it's supposed to be in its default pose. That'd be nice. But I don't have that right now.
I think I know a way that we can grow. Time to try something new, something better. No more solo. Trust is the way to go. And all we need to do is work together.
Oh, please. No thanks, no way. I feel the need to say I'm smarter, stronger, and I don't need you to.
Stronger? Okay. I guess we'll downplay how bad you got your rear end handed to you.
It's time to try a better way to be bad.
Do we really need a better way to be bad?
United as one.
Teamwork, please. What a fad.
Combine all our strength. We'll go to any length once we have a better way to be bad. Let's go begin. This time we're gonna win.
The ice you're on is thin, so watch what you say.
I know you're in. I think I see a grin.
For all this pain and torture, I swear you'll pay.
This time we've got a better way to be bad.
Sounds like a long shot. There's better way to be bad.
United as one will make us pony so sad.
If we say okay, would you just go away?
Once we have a better way to be bad. We want to break their friendship. We want to make them weak. You want revenge on Starlight. You want that huge physique. So let's increase our chances by working as a team to crush our enemies to death and laugh as they all scream.
I think I see a better way to be bad.
Just put me in charge, make me queen. You'll be glad.
No, listen to me. I'm the best of us three.
Then you'll see a better way to be bad.
Wait, this is my thing. A better way to be bad.
You shall do as I command. I will rule this triad.
Hey, this is my song.
Close enough.
A better way to be bad. Now you're making me mad.
Want the ponies be sad?
That would make me so glad.
This might be breaking a little bit due to how far I have to rotate this. Probably not how I should do it. So, yeah. It's starting to break. Control. Pretty good. Yeah, sorry of that. Ugh. Okay, I should have done this first. Yep, working on physics. Right now I'm posing for the starting point of the physics, which requires the hair to be four curled up so that they can fall into the resting place. The default pose, essentially. Just kind of time consuming to set up, fortunately. Not M-A-I-N, it's M-A-N-E for the, the hair, the mane. It's not gonna be perfect, unfortunately. It's gonna be limited like that. I think there's like some weird form of gimbal lock or something that happens when it tries to go like. Yeah, that's so weird. It's kind of annoying that it does that. Ugh, that was way off actually. Pretty close. Follow through still not really there. Such a pain. How to deal with the limitations. Generally, this physics simulation thing for the bones is meant to help as a starting point. If it starts becoming problematic, I have to start manually doing some posing as well on top of the wiggle bones, which I probably would have to do for Twilight's main. Probably. So pretty tricky. And obviously, since it's colliding with the neck, I do a lot of manual stuff there too, because Luga Bones can't collide with things. It's not able to. No support for it. Anyway, let's take a look up here now. How are these bones working out, by the way, in these new sections? Hold on. That's weird. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine, actually. Yep. Okay, let's do this. Make sure everything's disconnected. Probably be fiddles. focus on right now.
Take my hand, I'm here for you. Come away with me. Be the legend you are meant to be. You'll always be evergreen. Oh, to be the legend you are meant to be.
It's such a good conversation to have, but it's just I can't contribute. I have no experience with any of this. Being self-taught, and I don't really have many jobs relating to this. I usually just work for myself, and also I have one contract job, but it's still pretty small time. At least for now. Should probably turn off this. Okay. Guess starting positions now. Starting in a sec. Oh, did I just keyframe all this in the wrong place? It's not happening. There we go. I'm surprised my models would be even considered for a learning tool, because the rigging I have set up for them aren't the most intuitive thing in the world, at least the ones I have publicly released right now, especially. Well, this isn't her tail. This is her mane. The one that goes around her head and the horn. The horn slot is like right here. Okay, 3 out of 5 strips done. 2 more to go. Take too long. Yeah. I can turn it down to the speakers. But yeah, I don't have headphones in because wearing headphones long term is a kind of a pain on the side of my head, so I don't do that. I just have to have the speakers pretty low so it doesn't echo too badly. Okay, that should be good. Alright, main's almost done getting configured. Or done enough. Might tweak some things later on, but no, I need a starting point. My least favorite episode is Fake It Till You Make It. That's my least favorite episode. I hate that episode. I really don't like it at all. It has some neat Fluttershy redesigns, I guess, but I really don't like how it's written, like, at all. It bugs me to no end. Last bone, at least for the main. Might do this for the tail as well. In fact, it's probably most important for the tail because that's usually the one that's pretty much going to be fully animated. So pretty much all the time, unless it has to collide with the floor and stuff. The way Fluttershy was written just makes me mad in that episode. It's like some weird... She suddenly has some weird multi-personality disorder to the hyper extreme just to clerk for Rarity at her store. It makes no sense. It just seems out of character and poorly written in general, especially the conclusion of it was incredibly unsatisfying. Because, like, the apology was just sudden and undeserved, and ugh. My favorite episode is Brotherhood Social. It's really a really close first. Oh, maybe I should say it like this. The close second would be like the perfect pair. That's a close second, but Brotherhood Social would be my favorite. Why are you going that way? There we go. No, the main attraction isn't my favorite episode. It has my favorite song in it, but it is definitely not my favorite episode. Don't get me wrong, it ranks pretty high. It's just not that high. Okay, the main should be all in place now. Nice and laggy. Cool. Let's try this. Oh, the weird part is this side. Might have to replace or like reposition the bone's actual position in edit mode or something to be closer to this side, because it's just so far away from where the bones are rotating. It just rotates so much. I generally don't like cringe comedy too, but the way they wrote it in that episode was really cool in my opinion. Because behind the cringe, there's a lot of good intent with Big Mac and how he wants to bond with his his sister and not being able to. It's sweet and cringy at the same time. Yeah, the ears are moving too. They're configured too, with the wiggle bone physics. I don't have a favorite character. Favorite characters are way harder for me to pick than favorite episodes. I can easily give you an order of episodes that are like in my top 10 or whatever, pretty easily. But characters, that is not possible for me. I can't do it. I'm looking through my episode list right now, actually. Just looking through the episodes. Pretty cool. I haven't looked at this list in a while. I can give you my top list right now, if anyone's curious. Okay, so here's what I have. Number 1's Brotherhood Social. I'll give you my top 5 first. Brotherhood Social, The Perfect Pair, Crusaders of Lost Mark, Flights to the Finish, and A Friend Indeed. That's my top 5. And if we go down the list further to like the top 15 or so, I have The Mending Fences, The Main Attraction, Sisterhood Social, Thanks for the Memories, Hard to Say Anything, Hurricane Fluttershy, Sleepless in Ponyville, Stranger Than Fanfiction, Parental Guidance, and Once Upon a Zeppelin. And that's my entire top 15. Everything that I'm making right now, like all the MOP stuff that I'm making, will be public at some point in the future. Like everything I'm working on, including like the entire animation I'm doing for the Mashkin side. I'll make sure all the assets for that are public too at some point. But obviously I want to make sure everything's rendered out and released before, like the actual render and animation is released before I actually release the assets. Okay. Why? Oh, I have to pause it. There we go. I'm fairly satisfied. It's not perfect, but the imperfections I can manually fix for any animations I do for the physics, which I've done before. So, I guess Tails next. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, the physics for this is just a placeholder for animation that I'll then fix later on, essentially. Placeholder, starting point, whatever you want to call it. And it'll probably suffice for subtle movements. Like if I just do like subtle movements with the head or whatever, I could probably just use the entire automation of the bone physics, and it'll probably be good enough. For larger sudden movements, it tends to show its cracks more, which is something I would then address later on. No, the hair that I made for this, let me actually pull it up. So, to get the hair to look like this, I didn't follow any sort of tutorials or anything, because there isn't really anything out there for it. Because I don't use real hair particle systems, I use meshes that are layered and layered on top of each other. So I don't use a real hair particle system, And most people that make hair in Blender use the particle system. They don't try to fake it to this extreme, but still make it look convincing. So it's something I would have to make myself. I would have to make a tutorial on how to do this. I might do that someday, but we'll see. We shall see. The purple placeholder color actually in this here. That this is actually Rarity's main color, because that I used Rarity's main as a base. Rarity's material as a base for Twilights, and I haven't changed the viewport color for the main yet. I should probably do that. Yeah. Hair particles are a pain. I tried to use it myself, and I got good looking results for stationary images, but man, I hate the particle system. I can't use it for animation. It's so hard to get it to do what I want it to do for the hair, because it's really hard for the hair to keep its shape while also responding to physics in a way that you'd expect it to. I haven't found a good balance, and I've tried tuning settings for like weeks and weeks. I think almost for a whole month I tried to get it to work straight, and I just couldn't get hair particles to behave the way I wanted to, which is unfortunate, because I thought I got good looking stationary results, but in motion it just didn't work. And there's no way to fix any of the bad physics you get. You can't touch it up, as far as I know. So it's unfortunate. But despite that, I'm still pretty happy with the results I can get using my fake method. Is by far not real hair at all, but it looks convincing. And I have a lot more control over it. So, it is exactly what I need for these types of models. Exactly what I need. The main problem is render times. Render times are always a problem with it. It takes so much longer to render than real hair particles because of the stacked transparency of the meshes. It's so annoying, but it's worth it. What do you mean by elastic? I have a feeling you might just be having a material issue with the hair that you might be using, because I was able to get really, really good looking results using hair particles. Where is this? Not there. Oh, too noisy. This hair here is using hair particles for Pinkie Pie, and I think it looks way better than what I have for Pinkie Pie right now for her main, and her meshes for the main, but I just couldn't get this to work in motion. But the materials and how it looks, I think, is really, really good. I just couldn't use it in motion. It's frustrating. I couldn't. It still upsets me when I look at this. I just wish I got it to work. It looks so nice. And it would have rendered faster too. It renders faster than Pinkie Pie's current mesh hair, because there's no transparency getting stacked on top of each other. Yeah. Oh, you mean plastic? Yeah, that's definitely... If you think it looks like plastic, it has to be. it has to be because your material settings are just off, and you can probably make it look better just through materials. Because you can make my method of doing hair look like plastic if you mess up the materials as well. The point of failure is still the same. You just gotta make the materials look good through the settings of the shaders and stuff. I've never tried 2D myself. But in my personal opinion, just based off of what I know of what type of work you need to do for each, if you're doing traditional 2D animation, that's probably easier to learn than 3D animation because there's not as much technical things you have to learn. But once you know everything about either 2D or 3D, 2D would be way harder in the long term if you are just talking about traditional. But of course, there's a lot of different 2D animation types, mostly revolving digital, that makes things way easier for people. And in that regard, I actually don't know the answer, because I don't have much knowledge on that kind of stuff. Playing in slow-mo because it's at half frame rate, right? It's even less than half less than half speed, so it's hard to get a good idea of what the hair is doing at full speed. I don't have it in this mode. And even then, it's still not playing at full speed. I have to hide like the mesh and stuff to make that work out. And even then, it's not quite there at 24 FPS. It's close to 24, but not quite. Anyway. I'd say in general, yeah, I have fun with this. Obviously, there's a lot of tedious work and problem solving and getting annoyed at weird problems, but it's always fun to see the end result and seeing how your hard work is worth it. It keeps me going. I guess it's the tail. It's Tail's turn now. Show me your tail. I don't want the red stuff on here. There we go. Oh, I even have everything visible. Okay. Whoops. Is it playing at full speed here? It is. I love that. Tail. make sure everything that's in the wiggle physics is in its own layer, so I can have easier access to it.
when the hearts are filled with doubt.
Frustration builds up inside, and it makes you wanna shout.
But if you just take that first step, the next one will appear.
Okay.
And you
And there's all this stuff too will be in there as well. Okay.
into the stratosphere.
Yeah, I was. I was missing one. But it's all there. I already configured all the physics for it. I just had to mesh in.
The test. Give it everything that you got. And we know you can win. You just have to begin. Have to give it your very best shot.
Well, I mean, in 3D, you do the same thing. You just rotate the arm up, and then, hey, you have the arm raised. You know?
But if you fight through
You just have to move the bone. That's it.
you will find that you can't go wrong. That you could do
Let me use this as a base.
Everybody has times in their lives when the hearts are filled with doubt. But if you just give it
Okay.
your all, start to work it out.
And I know I can't give up too soon. Get myself in the zone.
I have to turn this stuff off for now. Oops. So this would be pretty loose, given it the weight it's carrying. Not that loose. Simplify it a bit more.
I never thought that I would find a place to step right in and start again. I never thought that I could just begin right where I left off and make a friend. Don't ever think that it might be too late. You don't have to wait, there's no mistakes, the friends you make. A friendship's only made of what you bring. And if you do it right, you can do anything. Just use your eyes, this time no lies. Just don't disguise who you are inside. Because your friends are always there for you. You don't have to be the same for friendship to be
Too much amplification. Far too much.
because your friends
Just reduce it all around. Oops.
for you. Around the world it's still the same. Together you have more to gain. There's nothing that a friend won't do. Everywhere you go.
More than that.
Friendship there will grow. When you find it, it's the key. Friends can change the world you see. Everywhere you go. Friendship there will grow. When you find it, it's the key. Friends can change the world. Friends can change the world. Friends can change the world.
I have to amplify this more. See how that works. There's what? What does damp even do if it's not doing dampening? What? It's like doing the opposite. Or maybe I should... Wait, no. Hold on. Never mind. Did the opposite direction? I was supposed to do that. And restart sim. Okay, that's too... Wait. It's supposed to be 0.4. Yeah, that's right. There we go. Okay. So, 0.3. Now I'll try to amplify it again. It's so weird that I can't box that here. No box selection for here, I guess.
Vampire bats will give you a fright. Eating apples both day and night. They rest for a minute, maybe 3. Then they're eating every apple in your apple tree. They don't care about nada, not zilch, no nothing. Except bringing about an orchard's destruction.
No, wait just a minute. There's another side to this. And if I did not defend them, then I would be remiss. These bats are mamas and papas too. They care for their young just like we ponies do.
Oh, give me a break, you're being too kind. These creatures have a one-track mind. The orchard is not their restaurant. But do they ever think what others may want? No, they don't. And that is just a fact. These bats, they simply don't know how to act.
That's where I have to disagree. They're loyal to their family, spreading seeds both far and wide.
You see one coming, you better run and hide. They're big and ugly and mean as sin. Will you look at the state my trees are in?
They help your trees, they'll grow stronger, faster.
They've turned my life to a total disaster.
I don't need that.
One don't have a doubt. These vermin must be stamped right out. I second that they've
Before I get too far, I should probably do this, where I disconnect and point towards the center of gravity-ish. That helps the simulation a little bit. Be a bit more what you'd expect it to be. And honestly, I shouldn't have to do it here. Might do it here. Yeah. Okay. Something like that. The stutteriness is because my viewport frame rate is actually exceeding the playback frame rate, so that's not something I'm too concerned about. I'm more so just concerned how much it's getting rotated based on how fast I'm moving forward and back. Or if it's too much, if it's too slow. That's about right, actually. Yeah, I like it. I'm good. Now I just need to make sure it's holding its shape, and that should be that. I mean, shading in 3D can be easier, but you have to know the technicalities of what you need to do within the scene and the lights to get the lighting that you want. It requires a lot of knowledge, but it is technically still quite automated by how it's rendered out. You don't actually have to paint the shading, unlike in 2D, where you have to paint or whatever, usually at least. Alright, let's get this put in position. And thankfully this entire tail is only rotating on a 2D axis pretty much. Like it's not rotated like over here or over here. It's entirely on one plane. So I can just tune it from this angle and it shouldn't take long at all, frankly. So that's good. So keyframe that. And we just rotate it up until it meets the cursor. Easy as pie. Oops, pressing that button. Up. Slightly down, like very, very slight. Good enough. Move that one way up. A little bit more. Too much. More down. Slight up movements. Up, about there. Ah, boy. Go back and forth. It's more important that I get the bones higher up in the chain more accurate. I'm gonna be a bit more lazy with the ones down there, but the larger your error is higher up the chain, the more amplified it gets the farther down the chain you go. So, gotta be careful. Move down slightly. Hopefully that should be good. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like Flash and Toon Boom can do tweening like automatically. You don't have to draw in betweens if you don't want to. There are systems in both of them that fills those in for you through a number of means, either through armatures or just tweening your vectors, your vector lines or whatever between poses, whatever it is. Part of the probably slightly inaccurate terminology there. I might not be too knowledgeable on some 2D animation lingo, but yeah. Oh, that's like spot on. I can take that. slightly up. Too much. Oh, I've really overcorrected that. What? I made it way too far up as a start. Still more down. Still more. Too much. I'm going back and forth again. Wow. So long. Pretty sure there would be a way to script this to do this automatically. Probably wouldn't be too hard. You just have to like constantly keep shifting the starting pose closer and closer to its default pose based on the end result of the simulation. You're way faster than doing this manually. Why am I doing this so wrong? Okay, that's good. That's good. I'll take that. Take it. Slightly to the left. Very slightly to the right. Slightly. Take it. Move it to the left quite a bit. Too much. Too much. Pretty close. Slightly more, and I think I'll call it there for that part. We'll go on the second part, the tail. No, a little more. Done. Now this part. 3 more bones to go. Move that up. More. More. be good there, right? That's good enough. Up slightly. Circles. Probably too much. Surprisingly, no. Take it. Last one. Okay, rotate it down. Too much already. Should be good. A little more. That's too much. I'll call it there. Okay. Good. Cool. Let's take a quick look at the mesh itself. It's not going to perform nearly as fast. It's going to be like at half performance or something. There you go. Yeah, just about half. But yeah, here we are. So it's going to play at like half speed. Grab the feet as well, so I'm not like taking them everywhere without the feet. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Next step would be to add a duplicate of all the hair I just did, but mirrored. So that's the next step. The tail does not require a duplicate. I think it's just perfectly symmetrical, which is actually, I think, a first. None of my other tails are symmetrical. They have slight variation. Yeah. So that isn't necessary. I'm gonna move this out to the main part here without. Yeah, that's fine. I need to show everything. Well, my responsibilities are almost solely self-reliant. I'm my own boss, essentially, so I don't have a set schedule for myself. I just need to work for a certain amount of time in the day and I'll be satisfied. It's not even like a hard number I need to meet or anything. It's just I need to be satisfied with the work I've done that day and I'll be happy with myself. Doesn't matter when I sleep. But of course, you have things to get up for. You should probably go to bed if you when you need to go to bed. But it doesn't apply to me right now. So I need a yeah, select the armature as I duplicate, but the armature will be mirrored, but it'll be merged with the main armature after the mirror. I think that's all I need. Hopefully. Everything's selected. Saved. Duplicated. Okay, let's get everything put in where they need to go. Let's put that in the flipped. You don't need to be duplicated, so I'll delete that. I don't know which one's which. I'll just reload. Okay, so how about I do all this stuff first on the bottom here. And deselect that and these. Smooth item, right? Not with the armature. Keep that here. There we go. Okay. Wait. What? Why not this? Okay. I did that. There we go. And you move over here. Okay. Now we do the magic trick. You have to select everything, right? What? Let me delete a bone here. There we go, that's what I was looking for. I was like, hold on, that should have worked. There we go, weird. And now we need to clear the parent and keep transformation. I will not need duplicates of these, nor will I need this. I don't think I need this. Okay. And now I might as well name these bones while I'm here. So .r at the end of every bone here. Wasn't there an automated way to do this? I can't remember. I think there was. I forgot what it was called. I don't remember at all. Ugh. Yeah, I know there is. Did I do all the big ones? I did. Good. Don't need any of that, because I don't need the tail mirrored at all. And speaking of which, tail in this mirror section can go away. I don't need that. Okay. Now all the bones. That. Oh. I actually don't need this, do I? We're good there. Okay, and should be good there. Now, I think. Oh wait, no. I need to name .l to all the bones in this one, in the original armature, except for the tail. Don't worry about the tail.
I'd say the technically the hardest one to get the look right was pear butter. At least for the raw construction of the mesh of her main. Because it's Twilight's main topology and such is pretty simple. Like, they're all just tubes. Pear butter is the opposite of that. But pear butter's main also makes more sense in three-dimensional space. There's less inconsistency based on the angle of where you look at the main in the show. So I didn't have to worry about like compensating for the shape of it wherever you're looking at it. But for Twilight, it changes all the time based on the angle. So that was a pain. I had to deal with that. All these down here. Yep, looks like I did. I think I got everything I needed here. Hopefully I got everything. Should be good. Now we merge them, if I did everything correctly. Join. As I thought the rolls would be. No, I forgot about that. Okay. How to fix that tediously. Fun. Start here. Yeah, I think that's right. You just add a negative to it and you're good. Don't know why the roll just gets thrown off completely. It's really annoying. Used to be able to do that. Can't do the double negatives anymore in expressions. That's unfortunate.
Last strip. Okay. Got it all. That shall be corrected. And hopefully the wiggle bone setting is transferred over, which is the main concern. It looks like it should. Yes? Maybe? Maybe? No? No, it didn't. Time for some more fun. Do the same thing again, but with the wiggle room physics. Stuff, get out of my way. There we go. Luckily, all you have to do is just reapply every setting with both the bones selected, and it'll transfer over. It's a nice feature of this thing. It makes it a little faster. Looks good. Oh my god, come on.
Last thing I need to do is copy the posing for the main and mirror the pose like that. There we go. Looks like things are lining up. You can't tell that the mayor's on the other side, which is good. Okay, now I need to actually put the flipped meshes onto the armature, make sure they are deformed, and we should be good to go. Yeah, I'm mirroring the main now. That's what I'm doing. Let's just get rid of this. Turn to the object, first of all, maybe. No. Just do that. Okay. I'm gonna have to go into the modifiers. Yeah. Okay. In that case. Just parent to object. And then I'll fix this myself. I have to do this like 70 times per mesh. Just like 70 meshes I have to do this on. But this won't take too long. I only have one step to do after each selection, which is nice and fast. Wait, did I do that? Yeah, I did. Okay, I failed to hate that. Okay, not too much more left to do. Okay. Look, everything is posed on it, so that's good. Good. Mirror is complete, it looks like. Good, 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 good. Yes, yes. What? Hmm. What the heck? didn't move layers. Okay. Dumb. But okay. Hate when it does this. So it's a little poly effect. There. Okay. Now I need to set up the drivers, so that shouldn't be too hard. I just have to come on. I guess I don't have to. Let's see. So that's the main. Main normal. After all these years? What do you mean? How did I do this before? Let's try something. Why is this? I wish I can select them when they're hidden like this. It's annoying. How did I do this? Color to wrist trigger. What? Oh, Oh, I see. Right. I forgot about that. I get it. It's been a while. But yeah, this is Twilight's right. Yep. In fact, I don't even need this to be defined as that. It's just Twilight. No, in the show they mirror it all the time. Manes and tails get mirrored in the show. All the time. Unless that's not what you're referring to. Alright, so that's what I want. So let's go. Put this back. Oh my god. Ugh. No. Now the high poly stuff, which will take a while.
So many layers. Ugh. Almost there. Okay. Now, if I go in here, and do the main mirror, it'll mirror the main, just like that. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I just put on what I was putting here. This purple stuff here is it's what are called drivers, and I applied drivers to the visibility of the mains. So the drivers here for this entire section are the same, and essentially what they do is they toggle visibility on whenever this switch is set to our left side. To its right side. So this visibility is now on because that switch is on that side, and now everything on this in this section is now hidden because it does the inverse. The drivers from here to here are the same, except this is the inverse. Like it does the same exact thing, just the opposite. So yeah, hopefully that explains what that does. It's only for the main. The tail is symmetrical on both sides, so it doesn't need it. Song that just played? Are you talking about the previous one? This is called Job Clear from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 2. That was his previous song. Go back to where we were. There we go. Ah, I knew I forgot something. Let me go in here and simple fix. Oh, whoops. Ugh.
fix that. Good. That eye tracker is pretty creepy. But that's fine. The main should be shifting shape as it rotates like this, right? Is it? Or is it not? Or it might be doing it in the opposite direction it should be, maybe. What are you doing? Oh, right. I didn't parent this. That's right. This needs to be parented to... I can parent it to this. That would help by doing that. Okay. Yep, it is shifting shape. Just not in the right direction, because the driver's on the mirror domain needs to be inverted. Right. Okay. Put you over here. And this would be kind of annoying, actually. But I'll do what I can. Okay. Now I need to copy. From here. So right. Left. No. Opposite. Opposite. There we go. Wait. Paste it on right. Yeah. Paste it on right. Just thought of an easier way I could have done this, but it's too late now. Okay, now I need to do the correctives. So you don't have one, you don't have one, you have one, and none of you have one, right? And that's why that's so. Okay. Copy this and paste on left. Copy and paste on left. Okay. same. We have to invert it. You know, frankly, for something like this, I think let me select all this at once here. Hide everything and show right. I need the right side. Jump right, jump right. Yep. There you go. Cool. That is deforming the main just as I want it to. So if we does work. But I'd need it to be different. That's the thing. No, whatever. That's fine. Just ignore the eye tracker. How about this? Let's select the eye tracker and rotate around the active element, and that should make it less weird. Like that. There you go. Trying to break the tracker that I use for the form of the main, but it's not. Why is it not even breaking? I'm actually concerned why it's not. It should be. Why aren't you breaking? Okay. Where is it? It's right here. This stuff. I just want to see this stuff. Oh, there it is. It breaks at a different angle than I thought. see this bone here? It's rotating like that. That's where it's breaking. It's not in the same place as I thought it would. So what if I go behind the, go behind instead? So, dope sheet, enable, go 144, I believe. And see what happens when I do this. It's not breaking. Why? I'm so confused. I'm so surprised it's not breaking. Why aren't you breaking? I expected this to break and it's not. It's so weird. So it's just working? Well, there's that. Right, there is that. It's not exactly what I expected. In fact, I don't think it used to do this. Okay, so why is this happening? The tracker should not be doing that. I don't care about you, I don't care about this. Okay. So that broke it, local space, okay. Yep, let's set up like that. Okay. No. I'm gonna wrap my head around this. It's a bug, or not a bug, it's just a limitation of how this works, the limit rotation feature. It just kind of breaks back here. And I don't want it to do that.
check something. Do this off monitor here. Over here. Oh wow, it's been a while since I've touched this. Wow. Real long time. But it has what I need, I think. Oh, this weird limit rotation thing. Okay. Let's take a look. Oh. I might need a food break coming up here soon. I'm getting hungry, and I'm not quite done today. Not quite. Where's this break? This is it. Let's take a look what it does. Gotta remind myself how it's set up. It's not relevant, is it? No, it is. Okay. Can't show any of this on screen, by the way. I don't want to reveal what this is, so just bear with me here. Just gotta figure out how I did this. Where? Maybe this won't be helpful, actually. Perhaps not. I think I'm doing a C. Could I just do this and maybe it'll help fix it? No? Okay, I guess that doesn't affect anything really. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I get it. I think I know. I'm gonna need a new bone that's on the same axis. And this one needs a copy location of the camera tracker. Okay, and then limit
location so that it can't go up and down on local space. Like that. Okay. And then have that track this instead. So I need to name this real quick. Can tracker target. Like that. Hey. That's fixed. That has been addressed. So now what happens when we do this? Did anything break when if I were to rotate the head back into the camera like this? What happens? Okay, that happens. Okay. Yeah. So Alicorn Twilight has different proportions. So if I already have this set up. Alicorn Twilight looks like this in terms of proportions. She got a little taller in the legs by about 8% in the legs, so it's not much. A little bit wider or longer body, but I'm not much. The main height she gains is actually in her neck. So as you can see, her neck gets quite a bit longer than the standard size of pony. And her horn also gets longer as well, as you can see. Her horn grows as Alicorn. Obviously I don't have the wings set up, but yeah. It's clearly like not a huge change or anything, but it is there. It is relevant. So yeah. Yep. I mean that's actually how long her neck is. Like that is just what it is. It is so accurate. Of course, moving this back a little bit will help make that look a bit more natural. Like that. Anyway, I think I'll go ahead and get some food now. Earlier I had a snack, but you know, crackers can only do so much. So I'll get some actual food this time. I don't even know what I'll have. Maybe a sandwich. Something not too slow to cook or anything. The sandwich will be nice and quick. So yeah. What should I have up here? Let's have it like this. Modify the camera, focal length. And then show the high poly stuff. Subdivisions. Put you on the side, actually, like that, so that the text doesn't get in the way, and then put in render mode. Before I continue, actually, I want to make sure it is still on the right GPU. Yeah, okay. So it's not gonna disconnect the stream if I do this. Okay, I'll let that go while I get some food. I'll be right back.
one little bit. They run around out of control and throw their hissy fits. It's up to me to stop them, cause plainly you can see it's got to be my destiny, and it's what my cutie mark is telling me.
I try to keep them laughing, put a smile upon their face, but no matter what I try, it seems a bit of a disgrace. I have to entertain them, it's there for all to see. It's got to be my destiny, and it's what my cutie mark is telling me. I don't care much for picking fruit and plowing fields ain't such a hoot. No matter what I try, I cannot fix this busted water chute. I've got so many chores to do, it's no fun being me, but it has to be my destiny, cause it's what my cutie mark is telling me.
Looky here at what I made. I think they
She planned our first full shower where we played all sorts of games, having so much fun as we chose Pound and Pumpkin's names.
She planned my cute singera, my dad made me, I won't lie. I demanded all the best, I suppose she passed the test. Sure, it was pretty good, all thanks to Pinkie Pie. Thanks, I guess.
What color paints do you need?
I'm gonna need the full rainbow.
A paintbrush too?
Yes, if you please.
And what from me?
Your biggest banner. This party's gonna be the best.
I don't doubt it.
Every single day there's something new we can plan for. Every single day there's something wonderful to try. But nothing makes us happy like a day that we can say, today there'll be a party planned by Pinkie Pie.
I don't know how she does it. Wow, look at her go. Oh boy, this is gonna be good.
Go.
There's no other pony like her, no pony that could be as great, as fun as a super party pony Pinkie.
Hello. Hi. I'm back. I'm now filled up. We are good to go. Yeah, I'd refrain from recommending people in this chat to look up stuff like that frankly. It's a bit indirect, but still. Just let's not. Anyway, so we have a screenshot now of this. Alicorn Twilight proportions without wings. Cool. Turned out quite nice. I really like how this angle looks, frankly. It looks really good. Okay, hold on. Let me just remove those. Anyway. I mean, you're telling people not to look it up, but you're also providing the names, so let's just not. What was I gonna do again? I forgot. What else did I have to do? Oh, I think I was planning to try something. But do I have time? I don't know. Well, let's see. There we go. Let me try something here. Try that. 1 second. Back now. Okay, let's see here. still trying something here. How does this work? What? That's annoying. Billboard performance is so bad. Okay, whatever. Let me just figure this out. Alright, so what I wanted to do is import Twilight into a blank scene and try doing a quick test animation. Something fast. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, there's a gap. It's pretty slight though. I don't want it to be too open. But yeah, it's there. Like there, it's clipping a little bit, but that's fine. I don't want it to be too open. As long as the opening is there, it should work fine. Let's get rid of this empty. That's rotating the camera. Don't want that. Whoa. Okay. Oh, these keep escaping. Back. 15 FPS. Goodness. What would I do? What should she do? What should she move to? What is it? What should we do? Oh, the wiggle goats is probably actually. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's probably a big contributor. There you go. Turn that off helps a lot, it turns out. Okay. Anyway, what should she do? Let's hide the entire main tail and stuff, so you don't have to get distracted by the opposition stuff. Wait, what? Retracking. Oh, a camera face. Where's the main camera? It's in here. Weird. There we are. I don't really have ADHD. No. I just like to keep working, I guess. Yeah, but I am not on that kind of spectrum. Let's not talk about that kind of behavior, even if you're joking. There we go. I'm trying to think of something I could do, but I also don't know if I have that many hours left in me, so I don't know. What can I do quickly with the animation test? Let's see. Where is this again? Hold on. I'll go here. Okay, no. I'm gonna... Never mind. Never mind. Really confused myself here. And save there, I guess. Okay. Let's save that. And there we go. So what do I want to do here? Here. I'm gonna do like a walk entrance. I haven't done one of those really. At least not in a while. This model is not built for anything that's not inside Blender. It's not going to work. So, try as you might, it's not going to be functional. Too many Blender specific features are being used. Oh, this is off? No way. There's no way. What? What? How did that get affected? Hold on. Rigging problem. I have to also fix this in the main file as well. Let's see. Drivers. Just make sure it's okay. Okay, let's see. Huh. Interesting. It's on the same level?
That's actually fine, isn't it? It's just the graph is like completely off or something. I don't know. So bizarre. Okay. Let's see what that is. Is that the one too? No. That's one that way. This should be good now, in theory. Yeah, and twilight proportion should be good now. Yes. Okay, let's replicate that in the main file. Still free, right? No. Should be fine, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Not good. So I need to check that as well. Okay. Value of 0, right? There we go. Saved on the master as well. Anyway, that's fixed. Close this now for real.
I don't know if I have the energy for this right now. Let's see. At least get something started. Something quick. But I don't know if I want to do a walk. Might be too much. I don't want to spend too much time on it, because I still have other things to do. So I just want a starting walk pose. Put the thing down.
Equestria, the land I love, a land of harmony. Our flag does wave from high above for pony kind to see. Equestria, a land of friends, where pony kind do roam. They say true friendship
Wait, how does this go?
Equestria.
Well, obviously this is not right. So we need. Let's reset the face pose as well. I need to look at reference. I'm kind of forgetting things. Let me take a quick look here. Have that on the side.
this frame. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. More of a try. Oh, this is gonna take a while to pose, I guess. But maybe I shouldn't worry about the walking pose. I should just glide her over, frankly. For now. We gotta do the walking posing later when I am a bit more full of energy. I'm a bit tired. Let's keep on doing. Nah. Cool. Just like that. Back off screen. Keep on going. Just bring her back to the center. I'm just not block it out. My brain's not really in an animation mood now. It's like tired. I can't really think. What pose? I can experiment with that, I guess. Let's see. Skip it. Take a picture here. Put you in rest pose so you're not in this weird state. Oh, and this camera's tracking. Oh, wait. Can't do rest pose, that's right. In that case, I can do that. Anyway. Yeah, the main is getting tracked perfectly. Cool. Okay. We have this on the side as well. Set goal in mind. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm just too tired to come up with good ideas, I think. I don't know.
Time to see I can't say goodbye to the holidays. Prepare the spell, no hesitation. All memories shall fade away. See equestrian
Keep them planted.
It worked! It worked! Oh, I'm so happy you're back to normal. Now we need your help.
A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true, true friend.
Hello? We're entrapped inside, remember?
Verity needs your help. She's trying hard, doing what she can.
Would you try? Just give it a chance. You might find that you'll start to understand.
A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help you see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true, true friend.
What just happened? There's no time to explain, but we need your help. Applejack's trying to make dresses. Say no more.
Applejack needs your help. She's trying hard, doing what she can. Would you try? Just give it a chance. You might find that you'll start to understand. A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see.
Does cool effects? Yeah, it still does this. That you see here. But in this viewport, I'm not gonna have that visible. Otherwise, playback is gonna be pretty laggy. So I don't want that.
Pinkie Pie's about to lose the apple farm.
Guys here.
We need Applejack's help. Lose the apple? Well, we can't let that happen now, can we?
Pinkie Pie is in trouble. We need to get there by her side. Try to do what we can now, for together we can be her guide. A true, true friend helps a friend in need. A friend will be there to help them see. A true, true friend helps a friend in need to see the light that shines from a true, true friend.
It's hard to come up with ideas when you don't have a end goal in mind or anything. You're just kind of doing things on the fly. I don't need that. Look down.
Three months of winter coolness and awesome holidays. We kept our hoopsies warm at home, time off from work to play. But the food we've stored is running out, and we can't grow in this cold. And even though I love my boots, this fashion's getting old. The time has come to welcome spring, and all things warm and green. But it's
Need to tail out the way. There we go. Someone found the legs. There we go. Just gonna lower the hips. For that. Just a little. What's that noise about? And I'm definitely going to stop once I'm done blocking this out. I have an idea, a general idea of what I think I want to do now. One of the end goals is going to have her turn her head around like this, towards the right, look over to the right, so it can show off the main deforming to the camera. See how that looks when it's rendered out and such. That's one of the end goals. So just give her some sort of reaction or something to make her look that way. Whatever comes to mind. Yeah, this will look better actually. Yeah, like that. There we go. Push your cheeks up slightly. I like to play a few select games at a high level. As in, like, competitively. Semi-competitively, I guess. Like, I don't have time to be like full-on competitive or anything, but yeah, that's a thing I do. How many times do I have to click to select something? I've done a walk cycle a real long time ago. For this model, at least. It was a while ago. Like, near the start. But right now, I'm not really in need of just a walk cycle. It's not going to be as useful as a test. I want to test the main changing shape based on the rotation of the head relative to the camera. That's something I want to do. Walk cycle's not really gonna help me with that much. I do intend to do a walk entrance at least, but yeah. I think this is looking pretty good. How many clicks does it take? Real questions. Push it back actually. That's not. I don't have any tutorials I can recommend, unfortunately. At least not for 3D animation. Again, most of what I know about 3D animation is self-taught, and self-taught as in like using very limited outside resources. Most of it was trial and error over the years, pretty much. Don't recommend doing it that way. Do not recommend. So yeah, I can't give any advice or recommendations or anything like that. You're probably never gonna see me make original characters of any kind. I'm not inherently a creative person, artistically speaking. I'm very good at running off ideas that already exist, essentially. You haven't noticed anyway, based on my own content. None of it's really original. Yeah, gotta keep it back. That's fine. Probably. Not fair. I'm not surprised. I'll push that instead. Get better justification for turning around. 104. Keep pushing it more to the left here. Ugh. Nope. Let's see the legs. Legs. There we go. I'm blocking out a test animation I plan to do later. Not sure if it'll be on stream or not. We'll see. Depends on whether or not I'm in the mood to do it. And raise the shoulder. Bring it up. Push the body forward. Is that too? Yeah, that'll push it more. Yeah, there you go. That push forward will help exaggerate the reaction to look that way. Which will also give justification for turning the head, which is important to show off the main shifting thing, the main deformation. Yeah, this is Unicorn Twilight right now. Alicorn Twilight is way later. Though I do have the proportions set up for Alicorn Twilight. The pose is probably going to break when I do this slightly. Actually, not breaking that much. Holds it quite well. But yeah, it's I do have her proportions set up for when I get to that. But right now I'm animating I'm animating Unicorn Twilight, so I might as well stick to the unicorn proportions. I can't talk. I am too tired. Ugh. Anyway. Oof. What should you do after this? What's the next pose? It's probably a final pose too. I can probably close off on that. Streaming for 11 hours. The back legs pivot around, I think. To put them over here. And move the body over. Not too much. Do like that. And move them back. shouldn't use that hoof into its body for it.
Shirley is sweet and kind. She's the best teacher we could hope for. The perfect stallion you and I must find. One to really make her heart soar. But this one's too young, this one's too old. He clearly has a terrible cold. This guy's too silly, he's way too uptight. I say. Well, nothing's wrong with this one, he seems alright. His girlfriend sure thinks so. How about this one? He's much too flashy. He might too, if he weren't so splashy. Too short, too tall, too plain, too smelly. Strangely obsessed with tubs of jelly. I don't think that we're mistaken. Seems all the good ones are taken. I really feel that at this rate we'll never find the perfect thing. Don't wanna quit and give up hope. Doing anything special for Arts and Hopes Day? Oh please, oh
Oh,
please,
eye tracker's here.
we did it,
What's this?
found the one who will send our teacher's heart aflutter. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. Are you talking about my brother?
How many times do I have to click? It's really annoying me. I click on the bone, it just doesn't select it the first time. I don't really get it at all. It bugs me so much. Let's see. What else can I change? I think this is the pose I'll probably end it on. Just her calming down after the reaction. It's just supposed to be a short animation. This is already kind of one of the longer ones I would be doing anyway. Oops. Let's change the mouth expression for this. Ugh. So annoying. So good. So it just randomly chooses whether or not I'll select it, I guess. So no, okay. Ugh. Why? I'll just spam click for each bone. I'm gonna push it to the side that far. Just gonna push this up, right? Yeah. There we go.
sure that's not problem subdivision. It kind of is. What is going on here? I'm gonna have to check the weights on that. I don't have to push this side up, frankly. It's fine. And with that, we can push the cheeks up a bit as well. Not too much. Just a little. If you push the cheeks up too much, it'll look like disgust rather than like being frightened. I mean, they're already pushed up a bit from this pose.
Yeah, those controls that I was using here, that's not present in the public version that's out there from a year ago. This is like something I added within the last few months, or maybe even less. It's recent. Where you can shape the eyelids more precisely. How does this look? Oh. I don't push that down too much. Let's push it to the side, right? Yeah, I don't like that. I guess that's fine. Yeah. I'll get more about these two poses later since they're part of the walk. I'll be doing that later. As you can see, I was just basically just crafting some poses, the transition in between in sequence, basically. And then use that as my blocking, which I can then animate to later, when I am not as tired. Let's take a look, actually. Set some lights. Everything visible, please. Everything. There we go. Okay. Let's quickly. What? Oh, it's back here? What? Weird. Okay. Need a backlight. There we go. Not CPU. You're gonna destroy my stream for that. I'm the right GPU, correct? Yep. Okay. How do you look? Light paths. Definitely more than 8. 48 probably. Okay. check the FAQ for that question. FAQ has that answer, so be sure to check the FAQ for any other questions you might have and see if it's not already answered. The main thing that the main thing that's missing is the neck mane isn't wrapping around the neck yet. I haven't posed it. It's gonna have to do that, otherwise it's just like not there, right? It's clipping like inside the back, and like you can't see it at all, other than like this bit here, and like there's a little bit here as well. Is it overexposed? Oh, hold on. False color. Oh, about there. Right, -1. Yeah. Once again, that question is answered in the FAQ. Please check the FAQ to make sure questions that you might have aren't already answered there. It's in the description, it's in the pinned comment. It tells you where to go to look for it. Oh, that's right. Let me try this. Make sure viewport denoising is on. And not crash my cycles. Optics is crashing my cycles lately, so I have to restart Blender for that to recover. Okay. Just want to see how this looks in cycles with a decently clean image. And when I do that, when I'm done doing this little test render thing, I will call it a day, and I will probably start doing the test animation tomorrow. Whether or not it'll be on stream, I'm not sure. Yeah, that question I don't think is in the FAQ. Yeah, I'm self-taught. Most of what I know is through trial and error. I don't recommend learning animation that way, and I certainly can't give any recommendations because of that. Because the way I learned it isn't the way to go. I do not recommend. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying self-teaching is bad. It's just the way I did it isn't the best approach. Quite a bit of artifacts near the ear there. After the I can't talk when I'm so tired like this. After the denoise filter, a lot of artifacts, but yeah, it's just because there's not enough samples. But it was just a test render. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. Not until the animation is actually done. Yeah, I haven't done Twilight yet. I've done all the main 6 except Twilight up until the past few days where I've actually started working on her. So yeah. Not bad. Okay. Now, I think I will call it a day now. This is done doing the test render, all the samples are there, and I'm pretty satisfied with how it looks right now. So, yeah, animation's next. Not sure if it's on stream, but I will be doing that next. Maybe sometime tomorrow. So, thank you guys for stopping by. It was... got a lot done today. Lots done. Twilight's pretty much done at this point. Pretty much. There's still some things I need to do, but Twilight herself, her model, is pretty much done. For Unicorn Twilight, at least. Alicorn Twilight, on the other hand, is another project in of itself. Because of the wings. The wings are Alicorn wings. They are very large wings. They are not the same as Pegasus wings. So they have to be pretty much redone from scratch. I can't just use the Pegasus wings for this. So, yeah, that'll be at some point in the future. I don't know when. It won't be any time soon, I don't think. I'll probably save that for a couple months from now or something. It's going to be a big project, just tackle the wings. So, yeah. Anyway, I will see you guys later. It was fun. It was productive. Pause the music. So yeah, I will see you guys later.